Hey everybody, it is 10:03 in the morning, 10:04 in the morning now, here in the West Coast, and
surprising. We're going to have Falcons GM Terry Fontenot sitting in this chair coming up shortly.
And just as I say that, it goes off. Why? I don't know. But for those of you joining us, welcome. And Bill Carroll will actually be there at 4 o'clock. And excuse me, I'm trying to get the TV on here. Don't know what's going on or why. All of a sudden, it doesn't want to come on because I turned it on. Hold on a second. Exit. Technical difficulties, folks. I can't get the TV to come on to even get the NFL Network, and it came on. Now it's coming on. I don't know. As I was saying, welcome. Bill Carroll is zooming off again. Hold on a second, folks. I got to fix this. Josh McDaniel's supposed to speak in me a second now. I can't show it, but you can at least watch it and give some impressions and share that with you, right? Hold on a second. Don't know why it's acting up, but it's decided to do so. Take some time. Okay. There's this. Sometimes you have to go and plug things in and then unplug them and then plug them in again. Right? All right. Come on. Off. Okay. All right. Well, one of those days. Okay, there's the good sign. Okay. No signal. Straighten that out. Let me get the input button here. Had a signal. All right. Had a signal. Hold on a second, folks. Put settings. Okay. Back. All right. Input button. There's the input button. Okay. Well. There's that. SmartCast. All right, so we have that on one. So now we hit exit from that. It should take us right to the NFL Network.
These roles unfolding for coaches, for players. But you kind of hit the ground running, though. You're going, right? And so that's kind of where it's at now.
So we are. Hey, folks. All right. So Sean Payton is up on the podium. And
this is the time of the year where these guys are away.
So, let me turn that down a bit because it's way too loud.
I talk periodically with Drew as well.
Way
Those guys, I think, live near each other
too loud.
in San Diego. And right towards the end, Drew was finally texting me like, "Hey,
way too loud." Okay, now
if you're going to take this job, please do it because he's wearing me out with the
the way this goes, if you're wondering what the actual itinerary looks like, I'll show you. I will show you. Yeah. Let's see here.
In the next month.
There, block that.
No, I interviewed Matt, so there's, I think it's the number of reports. Yeah, he's outstanding. I've known him for a long time. We practiced against the Patriots.
So here, all right.
Extremely talented.
So as he's talking, I'm going to post here what the
he was calling defenses
schedule looks like. Okay. So, share screen. Sean Payton is wearing a Broncos kind of cold jacket, or we used to call them flannel. A lot of flannel. No, it's a stuffed jacket. That's what I call it, a stuffed jacket. It's got the Broncos insignia on it. At the same time that Sean Payton is speaking, Josh McDaniel is speaking. All right. So hold on a second.
Was someone I knew I wanted to visit with. You know, he was in Chicago with Ryan
Let's
Pace
see here.
and with Vic. Vic
See
was
here.
supposed to be part of the plan, then you guys scared him away. So
that's funny.
On the defensive staff, there's a report.
That's a fair question.
Trying to
yeah, I would say it's
get
a little early
to
answer that. The question was
still don't have it.
Possibly vision a role
Open
for
office,
Matt.
don't have that. Nope. Don't have that either.
We just got here. He and I are going to talk this week, and I wouldn't rule that out though. If
your report,
if that were to possibly,
that's not it either.
If that possibly came to fruition,
I'm trying to get the schedule for you,
I certainly want to talk to
so I can put it up
and
here.
our defensive coaches, and but I know Matt
That's
well
the
enough
problem.
to know how smart he is, and what he can contribute.
Here
So
it
we'll
is.
see.
Okay, got it. All right, that's the schedule. Okay. All right, so
that's interesting. The Matt being Matt Patricia, who last year was the Patriots
there's
coordinator. They hired Vance Joseph to come back, former head coach now to be DC. He mentioned
there are 4 podiums,
said he was quote part of the plan,
and
but that the media scared him away. He was joking. But what about the Patricia thing?
Patricia thing is interesting. I know when we reported, Tom and I, that Matt Patricia was interviewing for the vacant
this is good for planning.
position, especially in New England. There was a lot of eye rolls.
Yeah, they're
This
waiting.
guy, Matt Patricia was a
I don't
very,
see
very
Josh
good
McDaniel
defensive coach
at his
for a very
podium.
long time. For a
And I
very
guess
good
maybe
team.
he didn't.
Him coming in
He's
as
supposed to be
defensive
on now.
coordinator
So let me zoom in, folks, so you can see what the schedule is.
Did not work. That's okay.
The full schedule.
You know, for me, it would make sense to bring him in maybe
Hold on a
as
second.
a senior defensive assistant.
Hey, if you're just joining us, I'm actually zooming in on this schedule. I'm going to make it larger so you can see it. All right. So podium 1, we had Sean Payton at podium 3. He just concluded. He was only up there for like 12 minutes. Josh McDaniels has not appeared. He's supposed to be on podium 1. Okay. He's supposed to be on podium 1. And so they're waiting for him. But as I see this, I don't see
Although it did sound like Patricia was pretty impressive and
that he has appeared. Let me see the Twitter. Well, yeah, McDaniels is up there. He's up there.
All right, that's Sean Payton on the podium, the first of many head coaches you're going to hear today on this show. This is a 6-hour.
And for some reason, they don't have. Oh, I apologize, folks, because I thought Bill was going to get here earlier, and I'm here. So, candidly, we're going to miss 6 hours. And we won't miss the quarterbacks and stars, right? But in terms of most of the coaches, we're going to miss just being in the room. So there we go. That's that. Josh McDaniels is Fontenot is talking to the Falcons. And so that's them. So what I'm going to do, this is the schedule though, okay? And I'm going to try to figure out, I wish it would be a dual screen so I could have you go to one screen and the other here, right? That would be a cool innovation.
I'm now going to ask you a
Although, let me think about this as I think of it from that perspective. Because I've got two screens, I need three, but they don't have an option for a third screen. All right, at all. So I can go to Twitter, right, and then put that up, and we can see what's going on. Different places like that, right? That's a problem. And no, that what's happening with that. So let me see. Let me take you over. Since they're talking, I'll have this here. Let me take you over to Twitter and find out what's happening there in terms of who is saying what. Okay.
Sensational play after sensational play. With an offense that really wasn't built to succeed, and now with all this cap room and capital to spend in free agency to build around him. And by the way, speaking of capital, with that #1 overall pick, the plan was to field off
Marcus Mariota. Marcus Mariota. The other news is, I don't know if you know this. I'm going to take you over to Twitter, folks, because the other news is that I'm going to blog this. Marcus Mariota has been released. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. How you doing? This is the schedule for who's speaking, and I will zoom in on it closer to let you know who to expect today. Bill Carroll's not going to get it. He's going to be in late. So we missed a day. We're going to miss, unfortunately, we're going to miss a day. But, you know, this is... and I'm sad about that, but that's, you know, I can't do anything about that. That's what happened. And I had to be here because I'm a caregiver for my mother, and I couldn't quite make out arrangements. So, but by the grace of God, the NFL allowed us to have two credentials, not one. Because I thought maybe I could fly in, right? But woulda, shoulda, coulda. The good news is that Bill will be there this evening, and he'll be there tomorrow for the coaches. We're going to have videos up from him on his trip along the way today. So it looks like the media turnout's pretty good. Better than I thought it was going to be, and that's a great thing. That means there are people working. Unless, of course, those are just team representatives. I don't know. There have been a number of layoffs in the media industry, you know. So we've got. He could be ready for week 1, but in the meantime, you're going to have Trey Lance, a guy that you invested plenty of capital to get up to trade him. So if you have any questions, you can type them. But Marcus Mariota has been released by the Falcons, which, if you think about it, is really no surprise, but it's disappointing considering when Marcus was healthy, they really had a good thing going with their scheme. But I think what left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, is that Mariota quit on the team when he was benched, you know, and to the, you know, mistaken discredit of Derek Carr, Mariota's action didn't help Carr's case, because the Raiders then said, well, you know, we don't want you on the sidelines because it's going to be a distraction. But the way it looked is that, you know, Carr bailed on the team when he didn't do that at all. All right. He didn't do that at all. So it's going to be, we'll be there all week, though. That's the thing. Hey, welcome to our coverage, folks. Bill Carroll will be late today. He's on site. I am here monitoring the festivities, and this is the schedule of coaches. I'm going to read off to you because it's probably a little bit too small for you to read effectively. I think what I'll do is enlarge it a bit more, like so. I'm going to enlarge it just like that so that the names are going to be off the screen for us, okay? But I can read them, okay? The Raiders Josh McDaniels was speaking. Tara Fontenot, Sean Payton spoke. They had him. All the coaches are at the podium, save for one, are gone. I believe George. I think you have George Patton of the Broncos that's up. Later, we'll have the Pete Carroll from the Seahawks, Nick Cassero from the Texans, Andy Reid from the Chiefs. We're not going to have them here.
Just so you guys know, we haven't really had those conversations yet, so there's not a lot to report until we have those conversations. But that'll take some questions.
It looks like we had. That's Packers GM Brian Gutekunst right now, and
we're going through a process as normal. So obviously, free agency's coming up here. That's an important.
He says he's going through a process of the free agents. A question was asked, "Are you connected with Aaron Rodgers yet?" And he said he hadn't. Yeah. So we have Kunst. We have Joe Douglas of the Jets, Brian Veach of the Chiefs, Jason Later of the Buccaneers, Monty Austin Ford of the Cardinals, Joel Shine of the Giants, John Lynch of the 49ers way later, and John Schneider of the Seahawks much later, like 4 o'clock-ish in there. All right, 4 o'clock-ish. So there needs to be a better way to do this. I have to figure out a better way that doesn't get me a copyright claim problem. That's the beauty of having people there. But it frames what I need to do in terms of building this. Derek Carr is there, by the way. Oh, so hey, they're gonna have the head coach of the Raiders up here, Josh McDaniels. Yay! Woo-hoo. All right, so I am going to post this at this itinerary over in Zennie62 right now. I'm going to download it and post it. Yeah. And for those of you saying, hey, why didn't you do that before? That would be a good question to ask. And my answer is because I was building other things at the time, but I figured this is something that I could take care of very quickly. So I will. I will definitely do that. And it doesn't mean I'm leaving here. I'm not. I am not doing that. What I'm going to do, though, is while I do that, I'm going to go over to Twitter, okay, and pull up those Combine-related tweets so you can hear the news about the Combine, all right? Because not everybody is on Twitter, okay? Just the way it goes. Not everybody is on Twitter. All right. Okay. So I'm going to go over. We had, let's see here. Good Morning Football is there. Right, so here's what I'm going to do. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Stop the screen. Present. Share screen here. Nope. There it is. Allow that one. There's the Mariota news where it reads that he's released. Okay. Released. What do you think about that? Going to the Combine. Released. by the Falcons. Not surprising, as I said earlier, given the fact that Mariota quit on the team when he was benched. Marcus Mariota quit on the team when he was freaking benched, okay? I mean, what kind of blankety blank is that, man? Hey, Josh McDaniels on up. He's got his black jacket, cool shirt. All right. Yeah.
You want to do this for 6 hours? Can you hang around? I don't think I could. You have a tougher job than I do. I highly doubt it. You have to talk to all the quarterbacks tonight. Yes. I mean, you have a tougher job than me. Yes. Walk me through your combine with you, with Dave Ziegler, and everyone, your entire contingent now.
He's talking about combine.
This is an exciting opportunity for us. And tonight will be our first opportunity actually to speak to some of the quarterbacks. So they're in town now, and these kind of don't make or break your evaluation, but it's a great opportunity for them to make a great impression on you, and for us to make an impression on them as well. And so it's a two-way street. And
he says a two-way street. He's looking at quarterbacks. Okay.
We're looking forward to getting that started here.
No surprise, right?
As an OC, as a play caller, when you sit down with these quarterbacks, what's the most important thing for you?
I think playing this position is
So
not easy.
clearly, they're in there looking for quarterbacks, and so the prospect of the Raiders drafting somebody like Anthony Richardson looms even larger. Now, I don't mention him because he's necessarily my favorite, but there are people who believe that the Raiders will pull the trigger on him when it comes to that. Hold on a second.
So is it safe to say you're in the quarterback business at 7 here potentially?
I think we have to be in the quarterback business, period.
What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to align this properly. I've got a lot of windows open here, folks. Yeah.
And probably to use a lot of avenues to do that. So whether we do that in the first
Okay,
round,
hold on a second.
will all be determined by our
Mario, Casino Mariota is released. Let me see if I can. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go out and come in. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave the studio and come right back in. Okay, there. Well, I'm back. Everybody. Share screen there. That. Okay, there's Mariota and the release thing. So we put that up there. Hey, how you doing? What I'm going to do is now that you've seen that and you know Mariota is released, we talked about that. I had to reset this. I'm now going to go over to Twitter here, and I'm going to go back. And then what I'm going to do is NFL Combine.
So those experiences are going to serve as well.
So you mentioned Derek.
Yeah.
He's obviously out there because you guys released to make
There.
So
Latest.
What would that team be getting in Derek Carr?
Derek's
Oh, I'm saying good things about Derek Carr. Listen.
That was a tough decision. And there's a lot that went into it. Dave and I spoke, at length about that, through the course of the year. We know a lot more about all our players now than we did, but he's a good player. He's been a good player for a long time. Really good person.
Why didn't work out?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into that, and at the end of the day, our jobs as the head coach and the quarterback are to try to win. And so, we didn't do that as much as we would have liked last year. There's a lot that goes into that. It certainly wasn't one person's fault at all.
He's really dancing around.
For us to kind of start fresh.
Josh McDaniels is.
And get somebody in there that we're going to kind of build with.
Look at the running back position.
He's really dancing around.
I know this is Dave's thing, but it's a very affordable franchise tag.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Jacobs, when you guys turned down the 5th-year option, led the league in rushing.
Yep.
You want to talk about motivation?
Yeah, great year.
He went out there, had an amazing year.
Yep.
Does Josh want to be back?
I think so and hope so. I mean, every conversation that I've had with JJ has been about being a Raider.
And you'd like to have
100%, and nothing's changed.
He says that every conversation he's had with Josh McDaniels has been about him being a Raider.
I know Dave and his representative have been in contact They're working through that.
The Raiders have a
process.
projected $48.5 million salary cap, third most in the NFL.
Really, both people, both sides are very happy with, because I know we love him being in Vegas, and I think he feels the same way.
All right. Last thing. A year ago, you sat here.
Broncos. Earlier, a Broncos head coach was up. The Raiders over here, and now you've got, like, according to Cole Thompson, the GM of the Bills, Brian Bean, is up. So
I do, and he's a great friend of mine, and I won't go into my conversations with Tom. Those are private, but I think he's at peace.
No chance.
I think he's at peace, and I think that we're both at stages of our life where there's other things beyond football that we have to consider, and I certainly think that Tom has been a great father, a great friend, a great player for a long time, and I think he's going to do what he needs to do right now that's in the best interest of him and his family.
Which is step aside, and this time he actually means it. Hey, Josh McDaniels, enjoy the quarterback conversation.
Thank you very much.
It's always good to see you.
Appreciate you too.
The question is, are the Bears in the quarterback conversation?
yeah, that was a good interview with him. Josh McDaniels handled that well. And so, as I said, now we have Brian Bean here. As you can see, Bills Mafia has him up. And don't know if I'm thinking.
With the continued growth of 7-on-7 in youth leagues, high school, and all that, you're seeing more DBs and more receivers every year coming out. A lot of hybrid players at DBs, guys that can play nickel, can play safety, can play corner. We drafted one in Christian Benford last year that we, part of when we drafted him, we felt he could play corner or
This
safety.
is Brandon Bean.
There's
He's
a
the
few,
general
but,
manager.
I would say there's depth at multiple positions. I think tight end, I mentioned earlier, I think there's some guys there. I think there's pass rushers, again this year. And I was telling the guys on the radio earlier, I think with the continued growth of 7-on-7 in youth leagues, high school, and all that, you're seeing more DBs and more receivers every year coming out. A lot of hybrid players at DBs, guys that can play nickel, can play safety, can play corner. We drafted one in Christian Benford last year that we, part of when we drafted him, we felt he could play corner or safety. There's a few, but I would say there's depth at multiple positions. I think tight end, I mentioned earlier, I think there's some guys there. I think there's pass rushers, again this year. And I was telling the guys on the radio earlier, I think with the continued growth of 7-on-7 in youth leagues, high school, and all that, you're seeing more DBs and more receivers every year coming out. A lot of hybrid players at DBs, guys that can play nickel, can play safety, can play corner. We drafted one in Christian Benford last year that we, part of when we drafted him, we felt he could play corner or safety. There's a few, but I would say there's depth at multiple positions. I think tight end, I mentioned earlier.
So let's see what else is up there. That's Mr. Bean, Brandon Bean. That was just a snippet. He's not done, obviously. So let me see what other interviews we can snip around. That's George Patton and Cordy Carpenter. He says, I look at the depth chart. We used about 9 guys at running back this year. He says we do have Chase Edmonds under contract. We will be looking to add at that position, talking about running back. And then, of course, Packers GM Brian Gutekunst talks about Aaron Rodgers and his future in Green Bay. So he hadn't talked to him yet, basically. Hey, welcome to the program, folks. Bill Carroll is going to be there later at the Combine on live. He's en route, and we pray that he gets there safely. And so, let's see here. Kyle Yates is reporting a rumor that, well, he's not reporting anything. He's breaking them down, but you have to actually click into his page to see that. That's football, guys. Okay, cool. I can't wait, because by the time Anthony Richardson gets there to the podium, Bill Carroll will be there. And this man may be the next Raider quarterback, Anthony Richardson, unless, of course, they go for Jameis Winston. Or unless, given that the Saints don't sign Jameis, which I think would be stupid. He's already signed with them. Keep him is what I meant. And so and what I'm looking for right now is that's the the NFL Network crew. What I'm looking for, this is interesting. All right. These guys have their own show on, I think they're doing this directly from Twitter.
Wide receiver 4 role. That's not easy to do. There are some players that, it's kind of like a relief pitcher. You got to be able to sit there for 8 innings and all of a sudden come up in the biggest moment of the game and get the, 4, 5, 6 hitter out. Being a wide receiver 3 or 4, there's a lot of blocking involved. There's a lot of rules involved. And then when your number's called, you got to be ready to go. Robert Woods has done that consistently over his time in LA. He was pretty successful in that role. We saw the Rams really struggle without Robert Woods until Odell Beckham Jr. kind of transitioned to his role. How much he has left in the tank is tough to tell with what the Titans threw out there at quarterback this year.
He is more of a wide receiver 3 in general. In Tennessee, I don't think Robert Woods looked good last year. I don't think he looked fast or athletic. But he was also trying to be their wide receiver 1 in an offense that was just kind of a mess overall. So it wasn't a great fit kind of from the start. If you were going to sign Robert Woods as a Juju replacement, if Juju's too expensive, I actually think that's not a bad option. I don't think he's as good as Juju at this stage of his career. But as a veteran kind of placeholder and as someone that hey, if maybe Sky Moore can't take on the full workload of Juju Smith-Schuster this year, if we need to draft a rookie to come in and develop, Robert Woods can at least be that placeholder, even if it's for just half a season until Sky Moore or someone else steps into it. That would be the best role. And I actually think he's fits a lot of what Juju does well. A little bit different body types and stuff, but in terms of how they play, I would say they're pretty similar.
Robert Woods wasn't horrible. He had 600 yards receiving, which would have been number 3 on the Chiefs this year, probably in receiving yards.
I agree with that.
And so
I think as far as I think the Chiefs' main and greatest need at this point, it's probably sacrilege. Hey, Vikings GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is up. Hold on a second. He's talking about building a culture.
My job isn't to just hit on draft picks. This isn't some dartboard I'm just throwing. The job is to build a championship team within the time window. So yeah, if I get fired in 4 years and all my picks hit after that, I don't get to go back and say, hey, look at all those people I drafted. It's my
so he said he has a time window to make picks to build a championship team. He's got a 4-year time window. If he doesn't do it within that 4 years or on the way to that end of it, he hasn't done his job. This is on the NFL Network right now.
I think that
I'm going back up here. See if I can refresh this and get an update. Oh, Muhammad Watt says made it to the NFL Combine. There he goes. Talking to Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor later this afternoon. So that'll be, see, there you go. Okay. That's what it looks like, folks. It's the Combine. That's part of it. That's the NFL Network. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's how I've dealt in this business. That's how I dealt in Wall Street. I wasn't the guy that was going to call people up and try and see when they were vulnerable or convince them to do something they want to do. I have a vision of what I think player value is or whatever, and I'm trying to do that. And if you have your vision and that can work, then let's meet together in the middle. If not, then we'll go our separate ways and do all alternatives.
So I'm still looking for phone plays here, but I don't see a tweet. That's George Patton.
I can't answer that for everybody. I know just for myself, it's one of those things that, I get it. It's hard. When you make these decisions, you run the risk of being second guessed and just understanding that there's uncertainty to all of it. But I think as these new GMs come to the league, they've grown up in a world where these trades have happened more frequently. So I think they're a little more used to the uncertainty. And ultimately, look, I know I'm going to get second.
See, one question I would ask him if I were there is, do you use social media to evaluate what the people think about a particular player in terms of his talent? I call it Delphi technique. That's what I would ask him. I like to know that. There's a lot of good information online. Okay, there really is. Oh, here it is. Desmond Ridder's the man. Yep. Because released. What do you think about that? Marcus Mariota was released. They got him. He lasted 1 year. And well, arguably, if you look at it in terms of the season, he lasted less than 1 year. So overall, you got to call the Marcus Mariota move a failure because of the way he and the team finished. He didn't leave the team with promise. He got injured, but he left the team because he was benched. He left the team. And that puts a damper on the decision to bring Mariota in. Okay. So let me allow you to hear what's going on over here.
Yeah, we talk a lot of football. We talk coaches, but we're digging into, what are we looking
That's Broncos GM George Patton.
For at left tackle? What are we looking for at our X position? So you never quite become an expert, but the goal is for our scouts to be experts. They can walk on a campus and say that's a Denver Bronco player. And so the more we talk, and it'll start this week with our new coaches, the better decisions we'll make. Yeah, I mean, really happy with how Jerry finished off the season, especially the last couple of games. And we make those decisions, I believe, in May, right near the draft, we'll make that decision. But really happy with where Jerry's at. Very positive. I spoken with his agent, Kyle McCarthy from Athletes First, had a number of conversations with Draymond. Draymond's a very good player. He's one of our core players on defense. And so they've been very positive.
This is 13 minutes, folks. This is a good long one.
Pretty unique. I mean, I've never done it. Really don't know many people that have done it, but it's unique, especially when you're it's working parallel with a coach search. And so very challenging. I give the Saints, Mickey Loomis, a lot of credit. First class all the way. The goal, going into it was a win-win. We wanted Sean. They wanted to get some picks, and I think we accomplished that.
Yeah. The Saints came in, they didn't have a first-round pick. Now they do. Not high, but look, they can move up.
Yeah, we need to upgrade at the offensive line. We do expect Garrett to be healthy. There's a lot of different ways to acquire any position, free agency, the draft. It just kind of depends what's stronger. Is it free agency stronger or is the draft stronger? And obviously we need to upgrade there in the offensive line. Well, yeah, it's encouraging. Mickey's had a lot of success in this league, so I take it as a compliment. I mean, he's got a Southern twang. I don't, but I respect Mickey, and so for Sean to say that, I take it as a compliment. I've admired Vance from afar. I've never known him. I've heard a lot of really good things, and just we talked to a lot of different coaches, offensive coaches that have gone against Vance, and he's hard. He's hard to scheme against. He's hard to go against. He hasn't always been in the perfect situations. His defenses always play hard. They're hard to scheme against. They get after the quarterback. They're good in the pass game. So there's a lot of things that turn the ball over. So just talking to a lot of people in the league, and I've always had respect for Vance. I think he's going to be great. Man, Davis, I didn't know. I mean, I think I interviewed him coming out of the draft. I didn't know a lot about him. I knew he played this year, a little bit, and people kept bringing his name up to us, and so we brought him in, and I mean, he walks in the room, he lights up the room, and then when you start talking football with him, I mean, he's poised beyond his years, he's wise beyond his years, just great football knowledge. I sat in there with Davis and the offensive staff, and he blew them away, and just. He's 28 years old, and but he's really bright. He's played, so he's really been a coach on the field, since he's been in the league. When you talk to the Giants and the Buffalo Bills, and the value he brought to some of those quarterbacks there, whether it was Eli or Josh, and so really excited about the hire. Yes. Well, we have a long ways to go. I mean, we ended up, I don't know how many backs played. I look at my depth chart, we have like 9 running backs. So we obviously, we had a lot of injuries there.
Make a quick
Javante, we feel will be healthy. We need to add. We're high on some of the guys that are up, some of the free agents. We do have Chase Edmonds coming back, but we do need to add at that position.
I'm going to go out and come back. I need to fix something.
Yeah, I think Bo's a game changer. Sean, has been speaking about him since our first interview with Sean. And then you talk to the people at LSU, the people at the Saints, and he's very progressive, data oriented on the medical side. He's going to bring it all together. He'll be
Hey, I apologize, folks. We had the whole computer just shut off. So for whatever reason, but as is the case here, these problems do not last long at all. They do not last long. So hold on a second, not now. I'm trying to do this. Then I've got another matter I'm trying to straighten out here with bringing back the right framework for Twitter. I had it up, but it wasn't the right framework. Now I've got the right framework. I've got it on latest. So there's that. And then I'm going to go back here. I'll be candid with you. There are times. Nope. There are times when everybody's like, no, I'm just kidding. There it is. So there's that. Go back there. And I'm going to go back to the George Patton exchange, which we were watching earlier, and pick up on that. I apologize for that happening. Okay. But it happened. And let's see here. We are going to this Hondo Carpenter. Let's get some of the sights and sounds as we're doing sights and sounds of the NFL draft. NFL Combine, I should say. So. That setup, that was 3 minutes ago for him. Not a lot of folks there. But if it's your first time, it's like, woo, look at all this, right? Been there, like doing it. All right, let's go back to Broncos GM. As I'm going through here. The women's foreman. That's going to be at the Combine. Awesome. And what is this? Yeah. Vikings GM Kwesi Adolfo Mansa voiced his confidence. It's great to see the number of blacks in executive positions now. That's a cool thing. You didn't see that just a few years ago. Okay. Here's another one from Hondo Carpenter. That was 6 minutes ago. Sights and sounds of the corner. All right. So while he's doing that, let me go back here. Back to let's see here. We are football girls. Good. They are. That is Brandon Bean. I'm going back to, there was a video I was playing of the, there it is. That's it. Okay, so folks, I'm going to restart this and play it now. There we go.
Forward. It's been a busy month. Obviously, I've really enjoyed working side by side with Sean. And I thought, we have good chemistry together, a lot of collaboration. Since we made the trade, we've been off and running. And Sean, putting the staff together and we've been in draft meetings, free agent prep. So a lot going on in a short time. I think we've accomplished a lot, but, we have a long way to go. Couldn't be more impressed with Sean and the staff he put together. I know he's got a few more hires, but he's been methodical throughout the process. His attention to detail. He had a vision for what he's looking for, and I felt he hired a really good staff. And so it'll be good with the new coaches to get with the scouts this week, talk players. The more we can talk and collaborate, the better decisions we will make. And so this will be a real productive week for us. We get back, we'll get into more free agent meetings with the coaches. So look forward to having a good week. And with that, we'll take your questions. Yeah, we're always looking to add. It's not always easy. It's easier to do during the draft, to move back, and you can acquire picks. We've done that here. We've done that at other places I've been. I do think the top 5 of the third round is kind of the sweet spot of the draft, and if we can get a couple really good players to contribute, we're going to do that. But we're always looking for picks. Yeah, I think you never stop learning. I was with Mike Zimmer for 4 years. You're still learning, because things evolve, things change, defensive change, offensive change. But the more time, Sean and I, we talk a lot of football. We talk coaches, but we're digging into, what are we looking for at left tackle? What are we looking for at our X position? So you never quite become an expert, but the goal is for our scouts to be experts. They can walk on a campus and say that's a Denver Bronco player.
And so the more we talk, and it'll start this week with our new coaches, the better decisions we'll make. Yeah, I mean, really happy with how Jerry finished off the season, especially the last couple of games. And we make those decisions, I believe, in May, right near the draft, we'll make that decision. But really happy with where Jerry's at. Very positive. I spoken with his agent, Kyle McCarthy from Athletes First, had a number of conversations with Draymond. Draymond's a very good player. He's one of our core players on defense. And so they've been very positive. Pretty unique. I mean, I've never done it. Really don't know many people that have done it, but it's unique, especially when you're it's working parallel with a coach search. And so very challenging. I give the Saints, Mickey Loomis, a lot of credit, first class all the way. The goal, going into it was a win-win. We wanted Sean, they wanted to get some picks, and I think we accomplished that.
Sean was in New Orleans. They were big trouble on the offensive line for multiple years. Where does it stand with your old line? And do you expect Garrett Bowles to be healthy?
Yeah, we need to upgrade at the offensive line. We do expect Garrett to be healthy. There's a lot of different ways to acquire any position. Free agency, the draft. It just kind of depends what's stronger. Is it free agency stronger or is the draft stronger? And obviously we need to upgrade there in the offensive line. Well, yeah, it's encouraging. Mickey's had a lot of success in this league, so I take it as a compliment. I mean, he's got a Southern twang. I don't, but I respect Mickey, and so for Sean to say that, I take it as a compliment. I've admired Vance from afar. I've never known him. I've heard a lot of really good things, and just we talked to a lot of different coaches, offensive coaches that have gone against Vance, and he's hard. He's hard to scheme against. He's hard to go against. He hasn't always been in the perfect situations. His defenses always play hard. They're hard to scheme against. They get after the quarterback. They're good in the pass game. So there's a lot of things that turn the ball over. So just talking to a lot of people in the league, and I've always had respect for Vance. I think he's gonna be great. Man, Davis, I didn't know. I mean, I think I interviewed him coming out of the draft. I didn't know a lot about him. I knew he played this year, a little bit, and people kept bringing his name up to us, and so we brought him in, and I mean, he walks in the room, he lights up the room. And then when you start talking football with him, I mean, he's, poised beyond his years. He's wise beyond his years. Just great football knowledge. I sat in there with Davis and the offensive staff, and he blew them away. And just, he's 28 years old, but he's really bright. He's played. So he's really been a coach on the field, since he's been in the league. And when you talk to the Giants and the Buffalo Bills and the value he brought to some of those quarterbacks there, whether it's Eli or Josh. And so really excited about the hire. Yes. Well, we have a long ways to go. I mean, we ended up, I don't know how many backs played. I look at my depth chart. We have like 9 running backs. So we obviously, we had a lot of injuries there. Javonte, we feel will be healthy. We need to add. We're high on some of the guys that are up, some of the free agents. We do have Chase Edmonds coming back, but we do need to add at that position. Yeah, I think Bo's a game changer. Sean, has been speaking about him since our first interview with Sean, and then you talk to the people at LSU, the people at the Saints, and he's very progressive, data oriented on the medical side. He's going to bring it all together. He'll be over the top. We have a lot of good people in our building. He'll kind of bring everything together, strength and conditioning in the training room, nutrition, very humble. He's got a great way about him, and just, I think he's going to be a game changer for us. We'll see. I have not worked with Bo, but just the way he describes it, more data driven. And again, he's going to be over the top, so he'll be able to integrate all 3: strength and conditioning, nutrition, and so he'll bring it all together. Yeah. I think Vic wasn't really into data. Mike Zimmer, I've been with some old school guys who weren't really into it. Sean's old school, but he is, just depends on the coach and your sports science staff. But no, Sean is definitely into it, and I think it's going to help us. His defensive front where? Here? Yeah, we're still, they're a little more attacking, a little more aggressive, get up the field. I do feel our defensive line fits that mold. We watched a lot of tape with Vance, and he has a vision for our defensive line and some of the pieces we have up front. So I think, our outside backers, they're athletic. They can rush the passer. You can ask Vance, but he feels like our defensive front really fits what he does. I do. I think Russ has moved forward. We've all moved forward. We've talked about last year, and it's been well documented. It didn't go our way. It wasn't all his fault. We're all to blame, and we have to improve. We have to move on. And with Sean here, with our new staff, I think we will.
I can't hear the question. I apologize. So,
yeah. No, I think depth later in the round happened last year a little bit even. The depth later in the rounds, I felt like we got to the later rounds, it kind of fell off, where maybe in previous years there was a little more depth. We'll see. We're still getting through the process here. At the Combine, we'll have our second wave of draft meetings. But no, it's a really good point. And we've talked about that a lot. And so we'll see, how quickly it falls off this year. I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen with this NIL. I mean, it's how hungry is a player when he's making $1 million? What's he going to be like when we bring to our building? We have to de-recruit him, so I think it's all so new. No one really knows what's going to happen. I think he's on track. I don't want to put a date on it, but he's out there jogging. He's working his butt off. He's rehabbing, and Javante. They anticipate he would be ready for the start of the season.
Is there a plan in place in case he's not ready to go?
Yeah, we'll have a plan. We'll have another back or two to be ready if he can't go.
Those guys on the roster.
Yeah, they may be, but we're always looking. I know it's a deep free agent class. It's a deep draft class for running backs, so we're always going to look to upgrade. Yeah. I mean, he's just a baller. We signed him to be a really good special teamer, compete for the starting job and didn't even start, to start the year. And then he just took off. He's just a football player. We'd love to have Alex back. He's a great leader, has a nose for the ball. Players gravitate towards him. So we'd like to have Alex back.
Just a couple more, please. 2 more.
Yeah, I do. I do think Randy will be ready. He had a tough season. Started off, I thought he was one of the more explosive players, pass rushers in the league, and then got, first 3 weeks, and then obviously had the injury against the Raiders, and then took a while to come back. When he came back, did some good things, but I think the fact that he doesn't have to rehab this offseason will really help Randy. Randy's a dynamic player. We need to keep him available, and I do anticipate he'll be ready for the offseason program. Very loud. I'm sorry, one more time. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been through this one other time, and I was with the Miami Dolphins. We had signed Jason Garrett late in the season. We had a bunch of quarterbacks get hurt, and Coach Saban came in, and we recommended Jason to Coach Saban. He interviewed him. He blew him away. We hired him. And so, I don't know how many times this has been done. You have to be pretty unique. You have to have a great football mind. I know he knows quarterbacks. He knows that position. He's poised beyond his years. He's been a coach, kind of like Jason throughout his career. And Jason played a little more, but I see a parallel there. So it can happen. He really impressed a veteran offensive staff when he sat in that room, and I was in the room.
Last question. Every year,
yeah, that was a huge loss. You can argue one of the biggest losses of the season. When he got hurt that day, the whole building was deflated. You guys know Tim, what he brings every day. The leader, really good player. He's running now. He's jogging. We anticipate him. I don't know where he'll be back in terms of the off-season programs, but next season certainly he'll be 100%.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
So there goes Broncos GM George Patton, folks. Man, it's just he left the podium a little bit ago, but you actually had an opportunity to hear his entire meeting with the media there at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. This is Sean Payton now right here. This is 24 minutes. So I just fired this.
Interviewed. We went through the process, kind of a couple steps to it. We felt like we were going to be real patient with that hire and try to dig as much as we could relative to the fit and finding the right guy. Rex, Matt, Sean Desai, all those guys were outstanding. But in the end, there were a few things that I felt that Vance was going to bring, and not necessarily because he had experience in Denver,
Vance
but
Joseph.
really more
excuse me,
what he was able to do, believe it or not, in Arizona. That was a tough job for a number of years. So we're excited to have him on our defensive staff. We still have a few positions to finish with defensively. We're down to maybe a quality control spot on offense. So we're getting close. Pardon? Yeah, so we have two hires that are a little unique. It's excuse me, it's unusual for a player to come from a playing role literally last season, call it an active roster status, and then into a coaching position. We have that with Davis Webb, and then we have it with Chris Banjo as well. I'll start with Chris, actually. So I think it was one of the nights I was back in the hotel just really looking through rosters, players that I've coached, and we really had a good experience with Chris when he came from Green Bay to New Orleans, and I knew he was still playing in Arizona, but he was at that stage in his career where he was looking forward maybe to get into coaching. I had called him one night, and lo and behold, it was something that he wanted to do and do pretty quickly. Normally I would say it takes 2 years. There's a transition that it takes for players who are either away and then they want to get back in. And so back to Davis, he came highly recommended from, a bunch of different coaches, Brian Dayball, Eli Manning. I spoke to a number of people, kept hearing the same things about him. So we brought him in. I didn't have to do that with Chris, but I didn't know Davis, I remember him as a player, but I didn't know him at all. And he did a really good job. So those are two unusual hires because they were just on rosters last year, but their experience and where they're at, he's a coach's kid, Davis is, and he had a file on his computer of every game plan he ever had since he was in high school and then college and then Texas Tech. And then, Mahomes comes in and then he transfers. It was pretty impressive just going through the process. And I think that the fit for us too, specifically with that room, I think will be good. Yeah, look, Mike and I have known each other now. I didn't know him when I was in New Orleans until we hired him. We brought him in to work with our kicking game. He helped us tremendously. I consider him one of the best coaches I've been around. I can remember introducing him to our team. If not all of you, but some of you have covered this league long enough that would remember him. If you didn't, you can't vote. But if you did, all right, I'll let you vote. But he would be someone that would be right up there at the top from a coordinator standpoint, a Hall of Fame type coordinator. He's got a unique personality. He's a great teacher, and he thinks outside the box, and I like those traits. So, for him, he's fishing on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and, I give him a call, and it's the same call I gave him a few years ago. I wouldn't do this for anybody, but all right, when does it start? He enjoys coaching, and it'll bring, I think for me, I always enjoy the veteran teachers, the guys that I consider to be real special. So he'll serve in a number of roles as we put in not only our special teams, but we put in a program, and I think he's got a great background. He's a good teacher.
What did you like about Christian Harper?
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things prior, when I took the job, prior to getting in the building. And so I wanted to visit with those guys. They were real bright when I visited with them. You don't want to lose good talent, and it's the same with your locker room. You don't want to lose players that are possibly leaving. Christian's well-versed, when you listen to him talk about coverage play and how it fits the fronts. I mean, those two have been real instrumental on the defensive coordinator interview process. They sat in on the second round of meetings and interviews. So, Marcus the same way. They're both young, extremely talented coaches that you could. The first impressions were immediate for me, and then knowing how others in the building felt, all of that helped me make a decision pretty quickly. Yeah. So during the interview process, his name came up. I talked about things that I thought were important. It's hard to have a great training room in the NFL. I mean, it's kind of like I don't know. I think the 32 teams, there's always that feeling there's a better training room somewhere else, right? And I watched our transition when Bo came in New Orleans and how the players responded. Not only just the veteran players, but some of the younger players. And if you just Google searched the amount of players that send him congratulations or had comments, it gives you an idea how he was thought of. So it's kind of hard to have that, but when you have it, like, you recognize it's special because he's firsthand, like, dealing with the injuries and dealing with, the setbacks, and it can be a lonely place if you're a player, while you're missing time. He's very much respected. I mean, he fellowed under Andrews. We lost him in New Orleans, and we tried not to, but he wanted to live a little bit closer to Baton Rouge, and that's why he went back up there. But that's a game changer for us, I think. Well, we actually had dinner. Yeah. Yeah, we had a good dinner. There was a group of people at our table. Joe Montana was at our table, so I know Russell was interested in talking about, where we're going, and I was interested in learning from Joe Montana. And so we found it was a good conversation, and we're looking forward to the start of the season. Obviously, certainly for Russell's standards and the Broncos standards, it wasn't the type of year that they wanted, and typically that's why new head coaches arrive, right? So, we got a lot of work ahead of us right now. We're just kind of getting started. This is obviously an important process, close to finishing the staff hirings. And then, when the time comes, when our off-season program begins, then we'll get, a little bit more closely involved into how we see these roles unfolding for coaches, for players. But you kind of hit the ground running, though. You're going, right? And so that's kind of where it's at now. No, we've spoken text, but this is the time of the year where these guys are away for, and I've talked periodically with Drew as well. Those guys, I think, live near each other in San Diego. And right towards the end, Drew was finally texting me like, "Hey, if you're going to take this job, please do it," because he's wearing me out with the text that we're going back and forth and the conversations between he and Drew. So we'll have a chance to meet, I'm sure, periodically here in the next month. No, I interviewed Matt. So there's, I think there's a number of reports. Yeah, he's outstanding. I've known him for a long time. We practiced against the Patriots. I think he's extremely talented. He's a guy that I think they've won 5 Super Bowls while he was calling defenses. So, yeah, he that was easy. Like I knew right away I wanted to interview Matt. I knew right away I wanted to interview Vance. I've known those guys. And then I thought, man, Rex made a lot of sense, and so it's not that. It is funny. You come to this combine, it's been 3 years for me, and there's a lot of younger faces. Every year you recognize fewer and fewer, and then pretty soon you just don't come anymore. But Sean Desai was someone I knew I wanted to visit with. He was in Chicago with Ryan Pace and with Vic. Vic was supposed to be part of the plan, then you guys scared him away. So. That's a fair question. Yeah, I would say it's a little early to answer that. The question was, do I still possibly vision a role for Matt? And we just got here. He and I are going to talk this week, and I wouldn't rule that out though. If that were to possibly if that possibly came to fruition, it would be for a few things. I'd certainly want to talk to Vance and our defensive coaches, and but I know Matt well enough to know how smart he is and what he can contribute. So we'll see. I think I knew Joe was coming. I didn't know if he was going to play bass guitar or drums, or I didn't know his role yet. So, but I knew he was coming. Say that again. Well, we're coaching the whole team, so I'm not hiring the head coach of special teams or the head coach of defense. Ben Kotwick has coordinated a number of good defenses or a number of good special teams. Obviously, look, there's certain things I enjoy. I enjoy being on the offensive side of the ball, and so, but we're trying to find the right teachers, but also the right room relative to compatibility. How do these guys? I think that's important as a staff. If we're expecting that from our team, I think we've got to have that as a coaching staff as well. So it's a little different process that I've only done one other time. I did it in 2006. And so after that, you plug in pieces to replace coaches that leave. That happens every year. But you don't do this a lot where it's like, here we go, get out the pad of paper and start writing names. And so it's an interesting process. It's exciting, actually. And you recognize how important it is because you're putting together what's going to be the leadership of your team, and you're putting together guys. You're looking for guys that really care about teaching, care about the players, but also care about working in a setting that's conducive to winning. And that means sometimes being able to kind of lay down your arms, let the egos, kind of go by the wayside and just focus on what's best for the team. And then when that happens, you get something. And then pretty soon everyone benefits from that. Yeah, look, a lot was made of that, and it was just an honest answer. I know what I'm familiar with and what I'm expecting, and so you guys will hear me throughout this season. At some point, we'll digest 22, or you guys will digest 22. But for me, and this team, when we get into the off season, I'm going to park a car with no rear view mirrors. I don't know what this one's called either. That's a rear view mirror, side view mirrors. Those will all be gone. And, we got to get past all those difficult things. It was a tough year. And so someone said it last night. I forget what I was watching. They have success last night. I don't think the upstairs meeting room matters to anybody. I don't think it matters because I didn't see any articles from any of you, prior to week 1 or week 2, and that was happening. But that's what happens when you lose. Then everything gets looked at closely, and including the coaching. So, and we'll have a way of doing business, and I think it'll be what I'm familiar with and best for the players.
To what extent did you have discussions with him about joining you now, and what are the Dolphins getting?
Say it again.
You mentioned Vic before.
Fangio. Yeah.
Right. To what extent did you have discussions with him about possibly joining you this time, and what are the Dolphins getting in him?
Let's start with the Dolphins. They're getting a tremendous coach. I mean, you keep hearing everyone's running Fangio's defense, and then Fangio and I are retired, just sitting out there. I used to give him a hard time. I'm like, God, Vic, half the teams in this league are running your defense, and you haven't met half those people. Look, I consider him a friend. We've never worked together, but Vic Fangio is from Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is where my mom and dad were from. My dad went to the same high school as Vic Fangio, Dunmore High, and my cousin taught Vic Fangio 6th grade math in Scranton. I've never lived in Scranton, all right? They filmed the Office there, I think, which was a good show. Do I think he would have been a great asset for us? Yes. And so we were planning, in this year away, if the right scenario came up, that we'd work together. And I think this one was just a little unique because it wasn't too long ago he was here. But certainly I talked to him, tried to twist his arm, and I'm excited for his opportunity in Miami. I think he's a talented coach. We went against each other for years, like our teams, and it was always a challenge. We got a lot more. You okay with me telling him? All right.
I like that Sean Payton spends time talking to the media. That's pretty cool.
Well, if you assign Westhoff to the curve, it just, what's the median, the high? What's that experiment? So I think I would say this, and Greg texted me this the other day, Mr. Penner. He said, I really like the makeup of how this staff is coming together relative to experience, relative to a number of things. And Parcells wanted to be around younger coaches. He talked about it all the time. And so I like being around younger coaches now. I still consider myself a younger coach, but then, I sit in the room and listen to these young coaches that I enjoy. You get energized. And then there's some experience, and there's just a little bit of everything. And there wasn't any design. I think it was just finding the best people. So Bo was brought up, Dan Dalrymple, and the strength conditioning. We've got another hire we're going to make over there. But each step of the way, there's been a vision as to what does this ingredient bring to the recipe. And I can say that. And I think that's the unique thing of putting together a staff, of really trying to anticipate how the room will interact. Greg Minuski, you guys will have a chance to get around these guys. He himself has got a unique personality and someone that I was drawn to. He's got experience, he's played, and I think that anywhere he's been, his players have spoken highly of him. So, so there's a lot of thought that way as to how it all comes together. I don't know. We just had our first coffee together at the Combine, so it's day by day. No, we had interviews last night. I really enjoy our time so far that we've shared. I don't want to say his personality is similar to Mickey's, but there's a is an interesting comparison. He loves scouting. So we flew in yesterday. We were at interviews last night. I think he's going to follow me. Oh, he's waiting. That's why I'm getting the 2 questions challenge. All right. I'm sorry, George. I still haven't recovered from the Minneapolis Miracle. And so that's the one like trump card. Like you brought up something the other day. They were just talking. Oh, do you remember when this happened? And I'm like, you're not talking about that right now, are you? A successful and unsuccessful play caller. That's tough. I think, look, number one, you have to have good players to be a good play caller, I think. You can be a bad player with good, you can be a bad play caller with good players, and that's not good. So there's a back and forth with that. I think understanding how it can change each week and not being and really doing a good job self-scouting yourself so that you don't, if you're not paying attention over 3 weeks, you can have some trends that you're like, wow, I didn't know that. So I think you have to do a good job of looking inward. And then I think, see if this makes sense. It's a little bit easier. It's not it's not required, but it's a little easier if you're the head coach, because when you're the play caller for like Parcells, which I was, like you got to worry about the play, but you also got to worry about pleasing him. And so it's a little easier to be a little bit more bold when it just stops with you. And so, you know, with Bill, you'd call a play and you'd hear this, and you'd be like, and then if it worked, he'd be like, that a boy. But if it didn't work, and so you had to tune out the radio static a little bit. Well, I didn't like it. I said, I think I'm a little jealous that we didn't come up with the idea, right? And it was just a version of a quarterback sneak, but I think there's a little bit more to it. And then everyone's pushing, and it's a scrum. And so, here's one of the things you learn: like you can't control. Like if they vote to not allow it, then great. If they vote to leave it alone, then great. Then let's study it. And, you know, if we can get a yard. So I kind of felt that way when I was asked, and at Fox by it wasn't Dean. I think I was asked by anyway, I was asked at Fox about that play, and no, it might have been Dean, and I just said, yeah, if that is allowed, then all of us would look at more film and try to put it in ourselves. I mean, we'd try to do that. But someone the other night in the XFL ran that same scheme, and like the whole pile went backwards. And I thought, they didn't get the right technique or the coaching. It didn't look the same as Philadelphia's. But anyway, we'll see what happens. It's something I don't really worry about. If they allow it, then you look at how you can do it. If they don't allow it, you get on, do something else. 2 more. Building a culture. I think, all right. So beyond people, it's every detail, every little thing matters. In almost an obsessive way that, because all of those details matter inside the framework of the field. And we obsess as coaches and teachers on doing the little things well. But that has to exist in every other area of your building, and in your equipment room, in your training room, in your cafeteria, just and pretty soon then, the building all moves in a direction kind of in concert, and that's pretty cool when that happens. It's not easy. People talk about it, they search for it like the Holy Grail a little bit. But I've seen it, I've been a part of it, and it requires a little bit of unselfishness from all of us, in knowing that if we're all moving in this one direction, chances are it's going to benefit all of us that are moving. No, Matt's the focus on. I interviewed him as a defensive coordinator, so that was defense. All right, one more last question.
You've done a deep dive on your own roster now, and specifically free agents like Draymond.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a deep dive. It wasn't with scuba tanks, but it was with a snorkel. So I've had a chance to look with George, talk about our players. When we get back from the combine, we'll have another meeting that'll take probably the better part of 2 days on our roster, but we've kind of been ongoing doing that. So anyway, all right, thank you guys. Yep.
Hey Google broadcast. Hey Mom, I'm checking the door. Hold on. Hey Google. Hey Google broadcast. Hey Mom, I'm checking the door.
Okay, broadcasting now.
How we doing? It's a tough act to follow. Good to see everybody today.
Hello. 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 Huh. Hello. Hello. Sorry, folks. Unexpected visitors, but that happens.
To set a pretty high bar here, basically saying we have to get this deal done. And if you're thinking about this from a quantitative perspective, which is Quincy Mensa's background, you said getting a deal done early with somebody
Mom?
on the field,
Yeah.
the field, every part of Justin
I don't know who that was.
exactly what you want on your football team. He's doing historic things from a production
Well,
standpoint. He's such a good
I was looking
guy.
at the camera. No, I didn't.
So young,
And I've got. I had
even
to
though Jefferson's
go back to the.
this year, he got a 50-year option, pick an exercise, and surely will. The time that the receiver market continues to explode, get a deal done sooner than later would make some sense because you know the next crop of free agents, the next crop of those young receivers, and some of the other guys who are going to be up, are going to continue to push that far forward. To get done in this offseason, maybe not in the short term here. They really, from my understanding, have not gotten started on negotiations at this point, but absolutely sooner than later, I would anticipate you're going to be talking about the Vikings working hard to extend Justin Jefferson.
Remember last year, Christian Kirk got that big deal in free agency to leave Arizona and to go to Jacksonville, the Tyreek Hill thing. Obviously, the wide receiver numbers keep going up and up and up. You'd have to think real quick, this resets that or sets another high bar, does it not?
A lot of the second contracts that we get done with wide receivers over the last several off seasons have been 3-year deals with high guarantees, at least the first 2 years guaranteed. So for Justin Jefferson, is it a 3-year, $90 million deal with 60 plus 30 guaranteed? Wow. Tyreek Hill on paper is 30, but that's with a dummy year at the end. It's really 25. Devontae Adams is up in that 22 plus category. No one has done what Justin Jefferson is doing right now. And on a Vikings team that up until this year was a run-first type of a football team. That's a guy you want under contract for as long as possible. You're not concerned about, well, once you pay him, what's he going to be like? They know what they have as a player and a person in Justin Jefferson. So, again, they got other business they got to attend to here in the coming weeks. This is not a short-term type of thing, but from training camp time, I would not be surprised if there is some progress on that front.
Let's get to the other business. You and I spoke last week of Kirk Cousins' contract. There's Adam Thielen. There's the two Dalvins. Quincy was asked today, what about Dalvin on the roster next year? Tomlinson and Cook, he said, which Dalvin? So obviously there's a long list here for a second-year GM of stuff to
There's a
look
lot to do. There's some older players. There's a lot of really high-priced players, too. Start with the Dalvins. Dalvin Tomlinson, they actually pushed back the void date on his contract, buying themselves a little bit more time to try to extend him because they envision him being a part of the team moving forward. Dalvin Cook, I have no reason to believe that he's not going to be a Viking.
But Madison's a free agent.
Alexander Madison's a free agent. Is there a scenario? I'm sure they talk through every different scenario, but Cook's due $2 million. They'll become fully guaranteed right at the start of the league year. He's coming off of surgery, so you're going to owe him that money anyway. I find it hard to believe that he would not be on the football team. But there's some other questions. You got Adam Thielen, who's got like a $19 million cap number. Does he have a future? Is there something that can be worked out there? Harrison Smith, another player who potentially, do they have to examine that deal? Then a really interesting one, Danielle Hunter, the pass rusher, who's still young. I believe he's still 28 years old.
has had another double-digit sack season coming back from the injury here because last year they moved up a bunch of money from the last year of his contract into 2022. He's on the books for like $5.5 million in 2023. I fully anticipate they're going to try to work out an extension, but based upon the leverage that exists, when you've got a young pass rusher on the books for $5.5 million, we'll see if they're able to navigate this thing moving forward here and extend it.
All right. The Vikings are picking 23rd, as mentioned. Thank you, Tom. So whether it's Danielle Hunter or Dalvin Tomlinson, regardless here, D-line might be something they target at 23. We showed you Jalen Carter earlier. 14 of Daniel Jeremiah's top 50. And he put up a new top 50 yesterday on NFL.com. Our D-line. So that is a great group that you're going to see on the field coming up on Thursday. With that in mind, it's all yours, Red Lewis.
Yeah, excited to get down on the field for NFL Plus. So we'll have coverage of the field drills. They're available for you, of course, right here on NFL Network as well with Rich and DJ. But I'm back here now with one of the newest members of our team here.
Hey, everybody. We've had everything breaking at once. I'm just going to change the venue a little bit here. So follow me. You're not going anywhere.
So one of the biggest takeaways that I found was the key word for him was opportunity, right? He's the opportunity to meet players. And I asked what his biggest takeaway was going to be. And it's going to be identifying those guys that really fit the mold to be a Steeler. He said he's open to being aggressive.
Okay, so folks, we're going to go. Hey, go over here. Hold on a second, folks. Take this to the next room. Hold on a second, folks. Let me come right back. Hold on a second, folks. Trying to. Hey everybody, back now, and I apologize for the delays, but I have to all heck broke loose here. Had someone at the doorbell, and then at the same time I was making, because I'm here for helping my mom, I was making breakfast with her, and then the phone rang, and then I had this. So I had 4 things going at once, and it's just me. And I had the heat on. This is just what happened. I had the heat on too high. And so as a result, I managed to burn the oatmeal, which didn't go over well with my mother. Just, hey, you have to laugh at life sometimes and roll with the punches. And that's just how it is, things don't go perfectly. And especially when you're trying to broadcast and you're at home, and you essentially have how does one put it, multiple responsibilities, right? So and that's my life. Okay, I have multiple responsibilities. I have a multiple responsibility life. So there we go. This is Andy Reid. He's both on NFL Network. And I have to put up that we're back now.
The beach doesn't have to go too far. It's all right there. So, but listen, I'm mainly happy for the city and for the NFL for bringing it there. Great city.
What do you make of it now that you've played for Bengals extensively now the last couple of years? What do you make of that dynamic, and do you feel in that kind of matchup as you guys get more familiarity in the regular season?
Yeah, so the Bengals are a really good football team, and it's because of that, 2 good football teams playing each other. It's developed this rivalry, if you want to call it that. So the way I look at it, it's a well-coached football team, and they've got good players, and so it's a great challenge, and that's why we're in this. That's why we're in this business. So a lot of fun. Those games are a lot of fun. Great competition.
In the lead up to the Super Bowl, you were very complimentary about Jalen Hurts. After watching the game he played, what were your impressions of it, and what do you think his future in the league is?
I think his future is great. I think he's a great kid. I had a chance to spend a little time with him at the 101. So in Kansas City there, where he's
okay, we're back.
Offensive Player of the Year. So
all right.
But very sharp.
So tweet that out. We're back. It's for you.
And that's why
Go back to NFL Combine. Here we go.
He came out
there. And here's the latest.
Ran for a ton. So I think Philadelphia.
So where we are right now, folks, is trying to line up StreamYard. I've got 2 different. Yeah, I got the Andy Reid version and the other version, and so
I'm so happy for EB.
Cool. Hey everybody, back. We had Broncos head coach Sean Payton not on here, but Bill Carroll, who was my colleague, he is on his way to Indianapolis. He's going to be late for today, but still able to get a number of interviews. And we've been able to hear what a number of head coaches and general managers have had to say from the Bills, the Raiders, and the Broncos. So the AFC West has been partially accounted for. The AFC East has been partially accounted for. That leaves the rest of the NFL. Okay, so the person you hear, I don't know if you can, hopefully you can't hear it clearly, but Andy Reid is on the NFL Network. He's talking about who he's talked to, and he's talking about
and Pep Hamilton, who was phenomenal, Marcus Brady, phenomenal, and then our own guy Matt Nagy that was here, phenomenal interviews, and just
he interviewed Pep Hamilton. Too bad. Pep would have been great for that job.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
But Matt Nagy, as you might remember, was the Bears head coach. So now he's going to be the new the new Eric Bieniemy, who is in DC. I wonder what happened with that, But whatever it was, Carson Wentz is released. There are 2 releases today. Carson Wentz early, really yesterday, and then Marcus Mariota. So 2 releases. If I had to bet, I think Carson Wentz lands somewhere before Mariota ever does because Marcus Mariota quit on the team. Okay. And I don't know how long it's going to take him to recover from that, or if he does want to, recover from that. But he quit on the team. There's no getting around that. I can't do anything about that back there if I was trying to, but there's no getting around the fact that he quit on the team. Tell you about Mariota. So the Falcons have Desmond Ridder, but they actually had depth at quarterback if Mariota had stuck around and played the role of backup and tutor, but that's not what he wanted to do. The story is basically that he decided, Mariota did, to go and see because his wife was having a baby, right? So but normally you think you get a leave for that. You go home, stay 3 or 4 days, and you come back, right? You get special leave time. Teams doesn't understand that, but he did it on his own. He just sort of, as I understand it, he just left, just said, "Hey, I'm out of here," and left, and that was that. So no other NFL team is going to want to put up with that. This was supposed to be Marcus Mariota's second chance, right? It was supposed to be Marcus Mariota's second chance, and he blew it. But he doesn't seem to care, from what I understand. He doesn't seem to care at all. So let's see what else is going on at the Combine regarding activity. I'm looking for now any video of real-time action from the Combine. Stuff that's, of people actually there, right?
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the stories.
Let's see here. There. Doug Haller, 45 seconds ago. And that was when you had, in the distance, I don't know who that is with the glasses, but foreground, that's Andy Reid, which you can see. Okay. Yes, but you can't see very well. So let me help you there. Now you can see, right? That's better, right? So as I was saying, in the foreground is Andy Reid. Let's see if we can get that even bigger. Yeah. So that's Andy Reid there. Okay. So anyway, okay. Who's out there? We have 2 people out there. Don't know who you are. Looky loose. Live viewers, we have 2. If you want to promote your person, yourself, or your product, you can type something in for $2, and I will give you a shout out right here for $2. Not bad, right? And not only that, folks, if I do that, it's tax deductible to you. Okay? Yeah. You want to do more than that? We actually have a Dial-A-Vlog program now. You can buy a vlog, a video blog. Okay? $50 for that. So anyway, let's see. Now, I think they're now talking about, this is Joe Douglas is talking about Derek Carr.
A phenomenal person.
He says he's a phenomenal person. And talking about Derek Carr, so the Jets GM Joe Douglas.
Very comfortable in his own skin and highly competitive. On the tape, you see the talent. You see the.
He says you see the talent on the tape.
The velocity.
He says the velocity really gets the ball out.
So a lot of things to like.
He says a lot of things to like. There are. Yep.
Well, I think I don't want to speak for Derek, but obviously this is the first time that he's been a free agent in his pro career, and knowing how being around him and seeing how smart a person he is, I know he's going to be thorough with his process to make sure that
he says that given
end up in the right destination.
That this is Derek Carr's first time out as a free agent.
Respect his process.
He knows how smart he is. He believes he's going to be careful and detailed about where he decides to go.
Any contract negotiations or talk like that.
He said no contract negotiations.
We had a great visit.
He said have a great visit.
A really productive visit.
He says a productive visit.
We are going to spend a little more time with him when he comes out.
So the Jets are clearly in the hunt for a quarterback, as are the Raiders and Josh McDaniel. And they're interviewing people. They also are going to do a lot of due diligence before they decide who to get. But a number of people who observe think that it's going to be Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson that goes to the the Raiders. Sorry about that. It's been a long day, folks.
Yeah, that process will play itself out with the league. We feel really comfortable about Todd as a coach and a person, and we're very excited to add him to this staff. And I know Coach Sala can talk about that a little bit more, but just spending time with him.
Who do you want to see your team take?
His ability to connect.
Who do you want to see your team take?
Build great relationship with players.
And I'm wondering if you're one of the folks I know on Twitter,
a person of his caliber, coach
who seems to delight in retweeting everything I do. Why? I don't know, but whatever. Let's see here.
Yeah, again, I would say that we feel good about our process, and we're also going to respect his process. And again, when we feel like it's time to make the right decision, we're gonna make it.
That's Jets GM Joe Douglas, who confirms that they will meet again with Derek Carr this week in Indianapolis. The Jets are looking for a quarterback. The Commanders are as well.
So that would be 3 times they've met.
Releasing Carson.
Hold on a second.
Not even a year removed from the trade last year with Indianapolis.
Okay, so the other news is that the Jets are going to meet with Derek Carr again later this week. So that will mark 3 times. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of things that we have to look at as far as our team is concerned. I mean, everything.
And Ron Rivera, the Commanders head coach, says there are a lot of things that they have to look at as far as their team is concerned.
He's a heck of a young man. He's a solid man. And want to wish him the best. Really do appreciate everything he did for us.
He says that Carson Wentz was a solid man, and that he appreciates everything that he did for the organization.
Well, more than anything else, just showing his commitment to trying to get him signed and keep him here. I mean, he's a guy who's been very integral into the development of this football team and this defense, as well as the other guys that he plays alongside. And we just wanted to make sure everybody understood that we are serious.
Ron Rivera looks good. Look, he's lost some weight. He's trim, fit.
With him coming in, and some guys that he wanted to have, and we talked about the entire staff going forward, and we talked about the direction he wanted to take it.
No, he's talking about Eric Bieniemy.
He's been in one place for a long time, but it's been a pro style type of offense. He and Eric have had a relationship, I think, for like the last 10 years. So, they're very familiar with each other, and you see it when we brought Kavita in and sat down and I visited with them and interviewed him and then listened to his philosophies on football and his ideas and stuff. I can see why he and Eric are very similar.
Ron, addressing the quarterback situation, is there in your early conversations
Talking about quarterback,
a particular type of quarterback you guys may be looking for? Is he there? You know what you guys want to do?
The guy in Kansas City has number 15.
Yeah, number 3 wants for Holmes. I would say, I would just say you're going to bring in Jameis Winston. Ask him.
The first thing we talked about obviously was all about personnel and listening and talking about our guys. He had an understanding of who we had. He understood. We talked a little bit about Eric. I told him I'd made the comment that he's going to start out as QB1. He's going to have to earn it. And Eric feels the same way. He likes him. He likes who he is. He likes his skill set. And he told me he's a guy that, that they looked at one point, when he was there. So he's familiar with Sam. Then he talked about the other positions and all the things that he thought we could do in getting the ball in those guys' hands. We liked our 5 skill position guys. So that was a real nice conversation we had in terms of all of our different offensive weapons we have.
And so Rivera's talking about basically building the offense. It almost sounds like
I mean, you love the fact that he cross-trained, in today's world.
An alteration, not a rebuild. I don't want to call it a rebuild.
They're not developing the other senses, the other
But
traits that you need.
as I think about the Redskins, did I just say that? Oh my Lord, I said that, didn't I? I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean to say that. Okay. Bad. I'm trying to arrange this so that my face is more visible. Hold on a second, folks. Oh. 1 second, folks.
Very aggressive. Very aggressive. He's very thorough, does a very good job. I'm sorry to hear Leslie stepped away. He's a tremendous football coach, and I know he'll be missed, but I know he's coming back. So, in a year. But as far as Sean's concerned, very aggressive play caller, always ready. He did a great job for us, and because he did a great job for us, he earned the Buffalo job.
As Commanders head coach Ron Rivera, who clarified something today, and this is big. Remember how Ron was on with us Super Bowl Live a couple of weeks ago, and he said that Sam Howell's QB1. Rivera said today that Sam Howell is not our starter. He's QB1 for now. He has the chance to compete to be our starter. Sam Howell, drafted last year by the Commanders in the 5th round, started 1 game, week 18. Again, Ron Rivera clarifying he's not our starter. He's going to compete to be our starter. These guys are 319 would-be NFL draftees, the first of which on the field Thursday evening.
Okay, that should be better, folks. I think I was trying to reposition the camera so it was out, so my face was out of the light, but it just seems like it's hard to do. So move this over here, right? And move this here. Okay, so that's better than it was before. I think. All right, better than it was before. All right. And then I think the other thing I'm going to do is stay out of the dark. Turn on the light.
But then the other 99 earlier.
Enough was enough. We had to show Coach Bay how we can.
We be the ones, the wide-eyed dreamers, playmakers, and leaders, transforming the world to our canvas.
That's better. Now you can see me and I can see you. Okay, folks. All right. So, as I was saying about the Washington Commanders, they have a complicated situation. First of all, let's talk Washington Commanders roster, okay?
I'm CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm 1 in a million, when actually I'm 1 of a million.
I Googled Washington Commanders and I got this information like Dan Snyder reportedly used Commanders like your personal piggy bank. Okay. And
Sorry, I don't have any information about that, but I found something related. Do you want to know what is the difference between a watch and a smartwatch?
At any rate, the report is that the Commanders' Dan Snyder $55 million loan is the primary focus of a federal lawsuit or something like that. Dan Snyder's demands anger NFL owners, renewed talks of voting him out. Wow, this is news. All right, this is news. Let me, before I talk about the offense, let me take a look at what's happening here. According to Bleacher Report, one moment, folks.
Those affected by disasters, big and small, please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
Okay, according to Bleacher Report, the Commanders' Dan Snyder $55 million loan is the primary focus of a federal investigation, and it reads that it was a secret $55 million loan, and their allegations now of financial misconduct by the Snyder and the Commanders being led by federal prosecutors in Virginia, and the criminal inquiry is being led by a group that includes the FBI and IRS agents. And this loan was included as a footnote in the Commanders' financial report for April of 2020. And it reads, the note revealed a $55 million credit line the team had taken out 16 months earlier without the knowledge and required approval of Snyder's minority partners, the three billionaires who own 40% of the franchise, according to documents obtained by ESPN. Banana note, Fred Smith, Dwight Scar, and Robert Rothman, Snyder's three former partners. Fred Smith actually founded FedEx. I'm adding that in. Demanded the NFL investigate the origin of Snyder's loan during a confidential arbitration hearing, but neither NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell nor the NFL's arbitrator looked into any wrongdoing by Snyder. One source told Banana it seemed the league had no interest in finding out what happened. Smith, Scar, and Rothman were minority owners of the Commanders with Snyder since 2003. It was reported in March 2021 that NFL owners unanimously voted to approve Snyder's purchase of their 40.5% stake, which is worth $875 million, or was at that point. And according to ESPN's Mr. Keim, the NFL also approved a $450 million debt waiver that Snyder would have to repay by 2028. Smith, Scar, and Rothman, the minority partners, alleged in the arbitration filing with the NFL that Snyder used the Commanders as his, quote, personal piggy bank, unquote, including a $4.5 million charge to the team for putting its logo on his private jet. So the NFL spokesman, Brian McCarthy, issued a statement to Vanada about the federal increase that the parties have a series of disputes, which were certified to the commissioner for arbitration as required by league rules. The commissioner appointed a highly respected attorney as the arbitrator, and none of the parties objected to that appointment. So, and it says the mediation lasted for 2 days, and the parties subsequently reached an agreement whereby the three limited partners sold all of their interests in the team to Mr. Snyder and agreed upon a price and other terms. Everyone was represented by very sophisticated legal and financial advisors. The agreement included full releases of all claims that or could have been asserted by any party in the arbitration proceeding. So there you go. All right. So moving along, we have Pete Carroll talking about Geno Smith. Let's hear what he has to say.
Beautiful come through and athleticism, all that stuff. But all part of this story. I think my favorite part of it is how he handled it. You know, that he was able to take this moment and capture. And
he was talking about Geno Smith capturing the moment
in terms of his leadership opportunities, and it was almost impeccably handled. It was like it was orchestrated just right out of the book, just exactly like you would like it to be.
Yeah.
So it's really fascinating to see it, and thrilling to be part of it. And hopefully we're working hard to keep it going.
To add on to that, there's a bunch of different quarterbacks that are in the exact same spot. What about him? Was like, okay, that was different. Versus all these other quarterbacks that try and don't get to overcome that.
One of the things that showed it kept ringing true to me that there's been a number of guys in the past that have kind of gotten lost, and then they kind of resurface, or they've been kind of put to the side for a while, and they hang and they hang and they hang, and then when their time comes, the game looks entirely different, and their play looks entirely different than it did prior to that span of time that it took to whatever gain that knowledge, gain that comfort, that the insights that how the game calls for them to play, and so. I think it's a message opportunity for us to realize that if you hang with people and you have good connection with them, and you can feel their competitiveness and their willingness to hang and not their ability to not accept what's going on and to keep seeing through it and believing in themselves, it's a great story now. There's other guys that can do the same thing. They get lost and they're out of the league and you don't even see them again. There's so many quarterbacks. We look at now the success rate of the quarterbacks coming in, the first rounders and all of that, and it's a startling realization of how many guys don't make it. And who's to say? Some of those guys make it through year 4 or 5 or 6 and they hang with the club. You knew that they had enough ability, but just couldn't see it come to life. Maybe we have given up on guys too soon. Some of that is themselves too. They have to maintain that connection to the belief in themselves. And Gino was a remarkable illustration of that. He never wavered. And he expected to win the job. He expected to make good comp. He expected to be successful. He expected to be where he is right now. That's all part of it. That's a great mental side of the thing that he brought to it. And I can't say that everybody's going to be like Gino, but that opportunity is certainly there, I think, if we hang with guys.
There you go. Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll talking a bit about the origin story of Geno Smith and the development when he signed the Seahawks to now becoming their starter this past season.
I'm running a live, so I'll yeah, I got this. I'll come and get. I can come and. Well, I can come and get it though. Yeah. Oh.
At number 5, Condon is now here with us in Indianapolis. What would you get maybe from Pete Carroll talking about the options that they have there?
Thank you. Okay. So anyway, where we are right now is we don't have also. I'm waiting for Bill Carroll. He's en route, and right now it's 12:43, so she could get there another 2 hours. Don't know how fast he's driving or not. Okay. So let's see. Oh. Trying to see if I can get some more interesting content for you here. Hold on a second. 5 things learned at the NFL Combine. Let's see what he's got to say here. Or can you see that? You can't see that. I can. 5 things, according to this article, learned at the NFL Combine. Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst spoke to the Green Bay media Tuesday. And 5 things. No thanks. Says 1, the Packers are giving Aaron Rodgers time and they're confident in George and Love. That's 1. 2, Green Bay expects Rashawn Gary to make a full recovery from knee surgery. 3, the secondary situation is fluid and Rasul Douglas could be an option at safety for the Packers. And 4, the Packers were happy to retain Aaron Jones. And then Kunst believes Mason Crosby still has a lot left in the tank. And those are the 5 things learned from Packers general manager, Mr. Gutekunst. Say that 3 times real fast. Gutekunst. That's hard. Cool name, though. Cool name. I like it. So zoom in here. How's that? All right.
season to see what Geno Smith did. And he said the way he came.
Here's now the Seahawks are looking at quarterbacks even with Geno Smith on the roster. Geno had a whale of a game against the Saints. Wow.
But he still believed in himself. And he said that's the thing when you think about some of these quarterbacks that you haven't heard of the past 5-10 years, and they just kind of fall out of the league. He said with Geno, he himself had to not be influenced by the fact that he had not had a starting job in so many years and let him compete for the job and win the job. And he was surprised by it, but a lot of credit to Geno and his competitive drive. That
He had an incredible season with Seattle. It was exciting to see him finally become leader that I knew he could always be. Going back to college, he was in college, right? That's Geno Smith. Okay, Geno. So we've got the Packers out of the way. I am going to put this on mute to make a quick I'm back and talking about the combine here and news and everything that's going on. Bill Carroll is en route to the combine. He should be there in number 2 hours. Hopefully he's well. For our sake, it's 1:00 Eastern. He expects to get there by 3:30. It's another hour and 30 minutes. Fingers crossed, like that. Okay. And so we turn over and we look at what's happening. That is Packers and NFL Combine through the years. That's a look back there. That's a commercial, of course. Conversations. They're talking about Joey Porter from Penn State. Sean Payton gave a 24-minute speech and talk to the media present and for folks watching. Pete Carroll talked glowingly about Geno Smith and the latest report here. The Eagles are proposing that players should be allowed to wear the number 0, like Jim Otto's 00. I like that. And press conference there, I say. Steelers GM Omar Khan featured here. And the combine tracker. 9 Michigan Wolverines were invited to attend. Wide receiver Ronnie Bell, offensive lineman Ryan Hayes, kicker Jake Moody, defensive lineman Mike Morris, offensive lineman Olu Awatamami, punter Brad Robbins, tight end Luke Schoonmaker, defensive lineman Mozzie Smith, and defensive back DJ Turner round out the list of Wolverines slated to attend the combine. And let me see if Cal football has anybody. I don't think we do, sadly. I'm happy to be wrong. And so, no, we don't. So there we go. We don't. And let's see here. It's, yeah. Whereas in 2020, we had 3 Cal football players at the combine. And I was there. So not a good situation for my sturdy Golden Bears regarding the combine, candidly, because it's not a good situation for my Golden Bears regarding, well, personnel. Sean McDermott. This is Andrew Barry Brown's GM was there, addressed the media, talking about what he hopes to see from this year's prospects. And let's see here. Got 4 quotes from Pete Carroll's press conference at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine. And so we say, what are those quotes, Zennie? I would say, well, according to Tim Weaver, who came up with the headline for quotes, they were, first of all, that he said, basically, first of all, did Pete Carroll, that he's excited for David Canale's opportunity with the Buccaneers as offensive coordinator, and he says that's a big loss for them, the Seahawks. And then he says that they are, regarding Geno Smith, he said almost impeccably handled his Pro Bowl season, and Carroll says they're working hard to keep it going. Talks are continuing. And there was a report now, apparently this is, wow. Okay, report is that Russell Wilson wanted Pete Carroll fired. Yeah. And he says it's pretty diplomatic. Boy, he wanted him fired. Wow. Well, that's interesting. Okay. And so there you go. And asked about potentially re-signing Geno Smith and using a high pick at QB, Carroll said Seattle is, quote, totally connected to the quarterbacks coming out and doesn't at all rule out the scenario as presented. In other words, the Seahawks could very well draft a quarterback high and start Geno Smith. So there we go. Getting ready for the future, right? That's what it's presented. Okay. So 4 quotes. That you can read 4 quotes. I just read them to you from Pete Carroll's press conference. Okay. What else? Andrew Berry. I don't have any quotes there. Chargers hit the 2023 NFL Combine in Indy. It's there. Let me see what's under hashtag NFL Combine. Let me try that one. It's not snowing in Indy this time. When I went in 2020, it snowed. It was snow all over. It was horrible weather. Horrible. Oh. And so, here we go. It says, Sean McDermott now speaking at the NFL Combine. He's up live. Says just getting started with the discussions on how the Bills will fill the void at defensive coordinator with Leslie Fleischer stepping away for a year just to take some time off. And he'll come back. Trent Baalke, the man. Trent Baalke is also talking right now. Trent Baalke was once the 49ers GM. He is now the Jaguars GM. And then Sean McDermott says he found out about Leslie Frazier and his situation, his headspace about a week ago. He says he's confident in the coaches they already have in the building. That's sad news about Leslie Frazier. I guess he just, whatever happened, he just. Wow. And so, now what do you want? What do you want the Bears to do with the top pick? Let's see what the top discussion. That was Devin White. I remember that one. And right towards the end, I interviewed him later. Devin White got emotional, FaceTiming his mom after his 4.2 40 at the NFL Combine. Yep, sure did. That's saying, Mom, I know what that's about. Okay, really do. And so the names that Peter Schrager said to just keep an eye on him. He's like, we'll get an update from Bill Carroll when he gets there. Tyree Wilson, the edge, Miles Murphy, Jalen Carter, C.J. Stroud, Willie Anderson, Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, Devin Witherspoon, and what else? So there's all of that. Sam Hubbard, Combine week. All right. And folks, I'm going to take a little break, and I'm going to go in here and eat because I don't like to eat in the living room. That's where I'm at. So I will be back. I will be back.
The deal from yesterday in terms of leaning one way or the other. I think that's always been the case. We've always leaned that way because Justin did some really good things. I'm excited about where his game's going to go. But at the same time, when you sit in our situation at one overall, you have to do your due diligence. You have to investigate everything. You got to spend time with those guys just to make sure.
Okay, I'll be back. They're talking about the options that they have with number 1 pick, Iran, here with me, which are understanding the Bears finding number 1 right. Well, first of all, what Ryan Poles is saying is true. They didn't want us to do this really is good players since the season ended. It was evaluate all the quarterbacks, get a landscape. How good is it? Where do they like? Where do they stand up? Get through the combine, and then make the firm decision of what to do. So what he is saying is consistent with what has been the plan. And, the question was then like, Jealous and Justin Fields were trying to put it up. Well, this is his job. I came to eat here because I didn't want to make a mess in there. Yes, is the answer. They can't go that way. If they assume Justin Fields is out, then it seems that trading the pick makes the most sense because you're going to get the most for it. I mean, this is how you go. Instead of number 1 pick and go use quarterback,
He's traded for someone else for a lot, and used those picks to build the foundation. That seems like the play going forward.
So understand the value that they might get on number one. Like, it feel like it's obviously a team that they sound like the best 15 in the last 5 years. And then they can assess that value with other teams.
No, that's a great point, and I think that's part of it because I think we always think about okay, well the Bears are obviously going to trade, so going from 9 to 1 is worth X. Well, it's different every year based on the talent you're trading for. You're not trading for abstract picks; you're trading for talented players. So what does that look like? 2 1s and 2 2s. Like, okay, well that's a really good player, but
the trade chart can offer us some help there too. Right, Daniel Jeremiah, our influencer, you might have heard of our lead draft analyst here. Yeah, he did hours-long conference call on Friday and actually went into all that the Bears could get for that number 1 pick with all the different options, certainly. So I think that's a big part of it too, the value of the quarterbacks. But again, the number 1 pick is worth what a team will give essentially at the end of the day. Right now, we are going to head back to just about 20 yards away to a Super Bowl champion. Who does not have to worry about picking first overall. Thank you guys. You are picking 31st overall as the draft comes to you.
Hey folks, I'm on a lunch break, but I forgot to put it that I'm on a lunch break here. So let's see here.
For our organization, so pressure on us back in right here in Kansas City. So, but we look forward to it.
On stage as a parade that he had made promise that when this draft was here, you guys would be taking the right.
Yeah, no, he's good at those predictions.
Have you had any time to breathe whatsoever? Coaches that win, and you've been down this road before, generally take a fair amount of time. There's no vacation time. There's no time to have any family time or any chance to reflect.
I did. I went to California, but where we got a property out there, and my wife and I were able to get away. However, my staff, I've got to put that back together, and I lost a big component of that with Eric Van. So Eric went to Washington, as we know, as the offensive coordinator. So I had to go through the interview process, but it's a lot better doing that when you're looking at the ocean than not. So I was able to go out there and get busy.
Situation, Eric, let's talk about it. You have said multiple times how happy you are. We had on last week. I think everyone agrees it's great that he gets his chance to run his own ship. Is there any part of you, though, that agrees that he has to make that move, that his next step would be sitting in a chair like yours?
Well, listen, I mean, I was hoping that he honestly would be able to get the head coaching job from the seat that he's sitting in. I'm not going to tell you that. So I feel any different than that. I don't know if angry is the right term. I don't know how things work. I am so happy for him that he has a chance to work with a good friend of mine, Ron Rivera. Ron's a tremendous human being, a great football coach. He's a defensive coach, although he knows both sides, but he was mainly focused on the defense. And so this gives EB an opportunity to sit there and have his own show. This is his name on it, and only his name. And that's, I think for all the time and effort that he's put in, I think it's a great reward there. And I think it'll be tremendous for Washington. He brings great energy. I think the players will feel that. If they just listen to him, then he'll get them where they want to go on the offensive side.
And we definitely felt that last week when you decided to go back to Patrick Bowman. Was there ever a point, now that everything's done, was there ever a point, whether it be against Jacksonville or in the Super Bowl, where you thought, this is it, he's done, he's not coming back?
Listen, I never think that with him because of the way he's wired. And so I know great athletes have a way of overcoming things. My job is to make sure that they're not putting themselves in more jeopardy than what they should be putting themselves in on a football field. So, thus we did the X-ray and made sure we took care of that, even though he fought me to pull away the machine with it. but that part's important for young coaches to make sure they do that part. And
want to get the extra because he didn't want to hear potentially back.
well, whatever. Or go all the way up there to get it, so he didn't want to miss any plays. So, but anyways, there's nothing amazes me about the kid. He loves playing the game. He's tough, obviously, and he's very smart.
I know a lot of the Netflix show that we're going to see was him with Brittany, him with the family, but some of it was actually in your building during practice. What are we going to learn? Anything about Patrick Mahomes that we didn't already know?
I think you'll learn. Well, I don't know if that will be it, but I think you'll learn that he's a great father. Cares about his wife and his children. I think you'll also see he's a great teammate on the field. And this is during the grunt time, the practice time, which could be a challenge when you get to week 16, 17. So, but he's upbeat. He wants to dominate every play, and he wants to be great every play. And he tells the huddle that all the time. So I think you'll see his relationship with the coaches and how he interacts with them and how proactive he is with things. And willing to try just about anything there on the football field.
Let's talk about your off-season roster possibilities. I know you and Brittany were just on the podium here asked, not only about Orlando Brown, but about Frank Clark. Can you realistically see them both back with workable numbers?
Yeah, there's a possibility. I mean, we're so young into this thing that I'm not sure we've declared anything. And Brett deals with all this. He relieves that off of my table, or off of my plate. I don't have to worry too much about it. He takes care of that for me. So, but I tell you, nothing surprises me. Nothing's impossible. And if they both end up back with us, I can see that. If they end up having to go a different direction, or they have to go a different direction, we understand that. But most of all, we appreciate the two guys, two great guys, two good teammates.
All right, last thing. The competition finished yesterday. The Rams had a little where they would make something the passer review. You obviously remember week 5, the Chris Jones play, Derek Carr. Remember that vividly. You asked the leaders who had a middle ground, some way to fix things like that. Would you be in support of making luck in the passer review?
Well, I mean, I was just in the meeting, so I would, but I know there's a lot that goes into that. So there are a lot of different angles that go into it. So I understand if you don't, I understand if you did. The thing that won't be talked about, I don't think, is that the number of roughing passer calls, in particular ones that as coaches we thought were missed, were depleted the second. Right after that play in the last play, they dissipated. So you weren't getting a lot of those. When you did get them, they were very accurate what they were doing.
So you wouldn't really think it's something that's going to pass?
Well, I don't know that. I mean, I'm not here to judge on that. There are a lot of voices that go into that are a lot bigger than what not physically bigger than I am. So, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You did a great job.
Again, the Bears, as it stands, still do hold the first overall pick, and then Bucky has right. Anderson at 3, and then the hometown team here, the Colts taking C.J. Stroud at 4. The drills begin on Thursday on NFL Radio. And the line to the linebackers coming up first, working towards the Ohio running backs on Sunday. Coming up next, first of injuries. Now, here's an as you reference, you have to figure out the Frank Clark and the Orlando Brown contract situation. Britain Beach, the chief GM, sits down with Frank. That's coming up next. NFL Now, live to the combine.
sliced ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and fluffy eggs in a warm tortilla kind of day? Or is it a ribeye, melty cheese sauce, and charbroiled Angus beef kind of day? You decide. Right into the new Philly cheesesteak menu. Download the app and join My Rewards for exclusive offers.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhgsa.gov/the right seat.
I wish that shack was my real life big brother.
What's up, little bro? Turns out some wishes do come true. And it turns out that General is a quality insurance company that can save people money for nearly 60 years. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go to General. Rise and shine with GMFB.
Are you kidding me? That was fun to watch.
Get your day started with all things football. This guy is that good. It's gonna happen. He's gonna be a star. Friends from all over. It's happening. It's real. Let's go with the damn ball, baby. And a crew that knows how to have a whole lot of fun. He does the gritty, he does the dance. Jump up and jump up and count. Oh my goodness. We'll see you tomorrow, fam. Good Morning Football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Used by all the campus use toxic water.
Are those files against the risk?
No. The U.S. government has set aside billions of dollars for those Will campus use claim affect my VA benefits? No. According to the VA, your right to VA benefits will remain. If you have questions about a campus use claim, call the Bristol Group now. We'll see counsel. 1-800-273-4860.
My eyelap is the best place to my glasses. You can get 2 pairs for $95 in a year.
Our Dr. Richie Littleton now at the Combine Live in Indianapolis, where Seahawks head coach Carroll was just at the podium talking about his quarterback situation and the options the team has, which of course begins with Geno Smith, who excelled last year, his first year as a starter for the Seahawks. So will there be a second? Among the questions Pete Carroll fielded today.
I think my favorite part of it is how he handled it. You know, that he was able to take this moment and capture it, and he opened up to the club in terms of his leadership opportunities, and it was almost impeccably handled. It was like it was orchestrated just right out of the book, just exactly like you would like it to be. So it's really fascinating to see it, and thrilling to be a part of it. And hopefully we're working hard to keep it going. We are totally connected to the quarterback from that. This is a really huge opportunity for us. It's a rare opportunity, and we've been drafting in the low 20s for such a long time. You just don't get the chance with these guys, so we're deeply involved with them.
All right, there you go. Pete Carroll talking a bit about what the options are for the Seahawks at quarterback. Of course, starts with Geno Smith, that Virgin Condon is here with us, and I loved hearing Pete Carroll's affection for the Geno Smith story in Seattle, which is unlike many we see in the league.
It is such a good story and a real story. He talked about how, a lot of times at quarterbacks that doesn't happen who have been around the league a long time because they get the opportunity to have a chance to show what they can do. And so the success that Geno has had with the Seahawks, he said he played almost impeccably the entire season. A lot of talk about if he's the quarterback number 1. They do have the picks in the draft this year. They have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. And he also was asked, at the end of his presser today about the quarterbacks. And he said, we're totally wrong with these quarterbacks. So keep in mind, they have a lot of flexibility with those quarterbacks, or those single picks in the first 2 rounds with the number 5 pick overall. So there are options of what they can do potentially. Sign Geno and still draft a quarterback high in this draft class and develop a young guy. But, Pete Carroll just talks again and again about how proud and impressed they were with Geno Smith and what he was able to do with the Seahawks.
Quarterbacks certainly a position of intrigue with Seattle Seahawks for content. Very good. Thanks very much.
Jaguars have been struggling to finish the entire season.
Peeking through here's audio, admiring Trevor Lawrence's hair. Trevor. What a difference a year makes. Not only got into the playoffs, won a playoff game, 2 straight years with the #1 overall pick. Now step out, he is picking 24th overall. The GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars joins us live here on 7. How much is to see it? Things a little bit different this year. I don't know what pressure is asked to be sitting there not being asked about what you're going to ask me. That's a good point. Your process, does it? Now that you're picking the first round of tell me what you saw last year that catapulted this team to the playoffs.
I think I saw, obviously maturity, the understanding of the preparation that goes into being an NFL quarterback, the trust factor with the coaching staff, especially with the head coach and the city and the and other than the entire coaching staff on the offensive side, his maturity, his growth as a player, as a person, and just truly understanding the NFL and what it takes to be a great player at this level.
You guys were big spenders last year in free agency. You're probably not going to have the flexibility to do that this year. But a year from now, you could be sitting here talking about expanding. With that in mind, building off your playoff appearance in your playoff win last year, how vital is it to put these pieces around him this year before you get to that conversation to win now on a rookie contract?
Well, it's extremely important. Obviously, it's a little injury in the quarterback's on a rookie contract, but our goal is to put a class group of players around him, not only on the offensive side, but the defensive side. Bird and I talk all the time. It's about building the culture, about building the locker room, and having guys within the organization, within the community that people are looking for. And we've got a very good locker room right now. We've got some key free agents of our own that we need to re-sign. Our days of being in the free agent market as big spenders is hopefully we're now going to draft the guys, build the clear through the draft, and supplement with free agency. Where the last couple of years we had to build the free agency.
Let's talk about your guys. Is there any chance that Evan Ingram gets out of your building?
I don't see that happening. But again, there's a red meeting every year. And we just got to find what that is for Evan, what that is for John, what that is for Andy, and any other crews that we're working with right now. I'm not in the quarterback team, but I'm Schmidt. So we've got a lot of good players that we got to address this offseason. So we're chipping away. We've made some moves, obviously, to free up some cap numbers, but there's more moves to be made, and we just got to work through the process.
So you only have one franchise tag. Obviously, you're looking at one of those deals done. You still have 2 sadly, although you could petition the league potentially everyone here. Are you at all close to a deal with Jordan?
Well, I can't say we're close to a deal with either one of them right now. What we can see, we work with them. We represent both of them. We've got a window now between now and when free agency actually opens. So we've got some time to really see this. And I'm confident we'll get to a point where we have a chance to sign it.
You made a move for Calvin Ridley that raised some eyebrows. Do you foresee anything that would prevent him, obviously it's up to the commissioner, but from rejoining the group?
Well, yeah, that's a league that everyone's anytime one to make a decision. And, we thought that, obviously we're looking to the future with a move like that. We're working off the 2022, we're working off the 2023 and beyond. So we're looking to work on it, and we're just waiting to get our hands on them and get them more better as a player and get them more better as a person.
Final thing, what would you like to see in year 2 from last year, number 1?
great ball.
Just goes, I think we saw that in the 2021 class with Trevor, with ETN, with Cisco, with Walker Miller, with Tyson Campbell. We saw that Johnson year 1 to year 2. So we want to see the things up to the 2022 class going into 2023.
Hope you had a couple of minutes to catch your breath at the end of the season. Congratulations on a great year. Best of luck in this offseason. Let's talk about the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Rick Lewis, by the way, over on the other step, has another GM with him.
Yeah, we go from a playoff GM there, Trent Baalke, Super Bowl winning general manager now here with Kansas City Chiefs. I should say 2-time Super Bowl winning general manager. Fred, you test that sound, by the way. Is that good?
Certainly, there is a difference when you're your second line, but it sounds good. And excited to be back here in Indianapolis and get this offseason rolling.
So I want to talk to you about the highly successful draft class, impactful draft class you had from a year ago, which, guys, you got to see right here at the Scouting Combine at this time a year ago. I mean, really from top to bottom, from first round to seventh round with Isaiah Pacheco, specifically became your lead this year. What did you see from some of those guys in this kind of scenario that led you to believe that they could be productive pieces?
Well, I mean, I think this here we certainly saw their best last round, but just in the whole process, just really emphasize guys that have that resiliency and that mental toughness, and they certainly put it on display here throughout their combine works, and then just throughout the spring, the pro days, and how they just approach every level of this draft process. So it was a credit to my staff too. I mean, you come to these combine events, all these all-star games, a lot of information that has to sit through, but the staff that I had just did a tremendous job just out there. At the end of the day, we were just able to put a good game plan together and come away with a fantastic draft class.
And you do that, talking about primarily picking bottom of the rounds, which you've basically done your whole career in Kansas City based on your success on the field. Give me a sense of the strategy. Letting that draft come to you in those areas. Obviously, you had some first-round picks last year, which was a little different. So what is that like? Watching it all unfold and kind of, hoping that certain players are going to get there and confident enough in your board that, like, whenever it's our turn, we're going to.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to know. One thing you do are picking weight every year. So it's a problem that you have when you're a good team. And, when you're a good team, you have a lot of good players, so you don't have a ton of money spent in free agency. At the same time, you hit the draft, you're picking at the bottom of the draft. But I also think there's kind of hidden values in that. And sometimes you don't overthink things, and you just let good football players kind of fall to you. And I mean, there's reasons why we have Nick Bolton and Creed Humphreys on our roster too. I mean, sometimes you just don't overthink it. You just take good football players. But it really just goes down to just the amount of film that me and my staff watch, and just making sure that every staff, whether it be our first round staff, second round staff, even our seventh round and free agency staff, they're just going through and vetted so many times. So when we get to the end of the draft, we're in the seventh round, and we're looking for feedback. I mean, we see Isaiah Pacheco, but again, it goes back to just the time and commitment that the staff does in the offseason.
So we get with the running backs, but I think the way that it worked out for you guys with Isaiah, and then obviously you had a wide open player as well, who took on the opposite end of the spectrum in the first round, right? It's kind of an interesting study. Seeing that you've got both productive runners at both ends of the ground. How do you evaluate that kind of decision, especially looking at a guy like this year, Bijan Robinson, who I imagine would be really high on your board and be of a most?
Yeah. Well, I think we're passing this, so I think that, on the one hand, I think every position is different, but just in general, on the offensive side, he's bring the ball up. He's no degree at that moment, he has to agree. So, the passing skill set is always, at the top in regards to our level of priority. Yeah, and that includes protection too. And I think Pacheco was interesting just because it was funny, certainly like the player, good size, good speed. There was a little bit of an unknown in regards to just the pass game. Didn't have a lot of targets, didn't have a lot of pass game. At a certain point, we were wondering, this guy runs the ball really physical between the tackles, and he's strong and violent, but, can he catch? Can he block? Didn't have a lot of evidence on that on tape. I can't speak for all the teams. Maybe that's why he fell down on their list. But I think we felt a sense of confidence as you mentioned the East game. I think it showed a good receiving skill set. I thought Pro Day did a really good job of showing he can run around and catch the football. You never know if he puts it on. It was funny because we got through the weekend, the rookie camp, and all that. This guy's in pretty good.
So 2 years ago, you completely remade your offensive line with resounding success, right? And this year, I don't want to say it's a complete remake of the secondary room, but in that terrific draft class, you made a couple of guys like Josh Williams, Greg Burbank, State, Brian Cook that comes from Cincinnati by way of HBCU. I'm curious that your evaluation of guys that come from that HBCU level is the more light that we continue to shine on that group that has some players that you just don't hear enough about.
Yeah. So listen, you mentioned it. Ton of talent there, and a ton of ability there. We've been fortunate over the years to have success on that avenue. And as you mentioned, Josh did an amazing job. And there's a few other players that came from the same schools and the All-Star game that we did a great job. The Legacy Bowl has been awesome. But a ton of talent, and it's really cool that whole process there because we have the ability to kind of grow these guys and when we have the additional spring training rooms and the extra facilities to, for these guys to add weight and to grow their game. It's awesome to see those guys grow and blossom and develop, and I think Josh is a great example of that. From the moment he stepped on in the first, rookie game, to have this growth and development, it's just tremendous to the point where he's helped us win a Super Bowl at the end of the season.
That's just great. I mean, it was so much fun watching your rookie class. Again, credit to you and your entire personnel staff for getting that group together. Can't wait to see what you do with this year's group. Brett, be here with us on NFL Now. Thanks for that.
Yeah, you bet. Awesome.
Sorry, let's work on here on NFL Now. With you at the combine in Indianapolis when we come back. We don't think there's no back. Tom Brady officially retired. Next up for the Tampa Bay Bucks quarterback, Todd Bowles. He's going to join us here on Now when we come.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. That at Fisher Investments were clearly different.
Different how? You saw high commission investment products, right?
Nope. Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must drink commission products.
Never at Fisher.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better and our clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Thousands of families affected by disasters urgently need support. You can help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to families when they need it most. Please donate today to Red Cross Disaster Relief to help people affected by disasters, big and small. Go to redcross.org/NFL today. Your support is critical. We can't do it without you.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. A custom-made, watertight fit and high-quality materials mean a beautiful tub and a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
When you see Wendy's Square Hamburger, you know you're getting the best. Guess who else knows that? Brittany Miller.
We know a hamburger worth celebrating.
I know that. Not their own okay help. If I promise to look into it, will you drop it and help me build this back?
Now you need the help. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources. VA.gov/reach.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it. No way. No way. My kid would never vape. Keep your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutVaping.org.
Choosing National Debt Relief was the best decision I've made. I was in debt, didn't know where to go, struggling, and National Debt Relief kind of dug.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, with National Debt Relief, you could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months.
Working with National Debt Relief, we were able to reduce my debt by about half. The sooner you start with National Debt Relief, the sooner you'll be debt-free.
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you know the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Total access to the latest on Russell Media and Sean Pete. The latest on the future of their sponsors is Green Bay and a perfect draft plan for the Texans for the first player to ever pick David Carr. That's tonight at 7 Eastern.
Time to get this show started, Kansas City.
You can already feel the juice building here, and there is the reaction. What a dream. So a year ago, we're sitting here at the combine with no idea what the Steelers were going to do with quarterback. Ben Roethlisberger was hanging it up. After nearly 2 decades, they had to find a guy. They found that guy in first round.
We feel really good about the quarterback position this year. Obviously, we're excited about Kenny, and we're not. We have our quarterback. Obviously, we have a starting quarterback on a rookie contract, and there are opportunities that come with that. And I'm not going to go into detail of what specifically or how we're going to allocate things. So there's obviously opportunities when you have a quarterback on a rookie starting quarterback contract.
The Steelers' new GM, Omar Khan, he actually came on after the draft last year, so along with Andy White, his first draft that he is doing. This has over now. Finally retiring. This is Sherry Burner. Great to have Sherry here on the set. First combine we get to work with.
Yes, it is. An exciting one.
It's an exciting one for the Steelers because they have that guy. They found that guy. Omar made that very clear earlier today. And now it's about making the pieces around.
Yeah, we heard Khan mention the word opportunity. That was for sure the biggest takeaway I had from what he had to say here. The opportunity to look at all the guys, as he said, they have their QB in Pickett, but also the opportunity for Khan that this is his first combine as general manager. So he said they might be aggressive in seeing all their options and who the guys we have this weekend.
Andy White is a longtime friend. They've been buddies for 20 years. They saw the bad weather and actually decided to persuade people. They got a rental car and they drove from Pittsburgh about 5 hours here to Indianapolis, and now they picked 17 overall. They have their quarterback. The Commanders, however, are still trying to figure out what to do at QB. This after yesterday, and it was expected. They released Carson Wentz, not even a year after making that trade with Indianapolis, gave up a lot of draft capital that simply didn't work. So they released Carson Wentz, and it could be Sam Howell. Let's hear Ron Rivera earlier today.
There's a lot of things that we have to look at as far as our team is concerned. I mean, everything from the cap to the position itself and the situation, circumstance that we went through last year. He's a heck of a young man. He's a solid man, and want to wish him the best. Really do appreciate everything he did for us, and the opportunity that he had coming here. He did the best he could. We really appreciate that as well.
That was Rivera talking about Carson Wentz, why they made a decision yesterday to release him. Obviously, it did not work out. They were in the playoff push all the way down the stretch in December and January, but obviously they didn't make it. But he had a clarification for Rivera today. He said that Sam Howell isn't necessarily QB1. He goes into the offseason as QB1. A lot can change between now and September.
Yeah, and that was an important clarification that Sam Howell does have an incredible opportunity in front of him, being at QB1, but you also have to factor in new offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy. Ron Rivera telling us that Bieniemy actually even had eyes on Howell when he was in Kansas City. So Ron Rivera is confident with Howell moving forward. They like his arm, his skill set, particularly Rivera pointing out the way he played against Dallas this past season. But Rivera still adding even further onto that is that they do still want to add a veteran quarterback into that room, whether that's Taylor Heineke through free agency or bring someone else in to be back up Sam Howell in that position.
Sam Howell got to play week 18, did get that one start when the Commanders were out of it. Again, he did play out yesterday when he joined us after his press conference in Washington, rather last week, I beg your pardon, that he had Sam Howell rated in Kansas City, as you pointed out, a lot higher than what the Commanders took him in the 5th round. Very good. Commanders and Steelers there. Coming up next, what about Tom Brady? Is he definitely done it? Josh McDaniels says yes. Todd Bowles, I assume, will say the same. So, what does it mean for the Bucs at quarterback? The head coach in Tampa said, join us on set. You were watching NFL Now live with Combine.
Here is undeniable. Premium is not a debate. A belief will be tested. and destiny doesn't matter. Because here, the NFL journey begins. NFL Combine, presented by Noble, starts Thursday at 3 on the NFL Network. This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Thanks for internet. It was given 12 seconds to remind you that if you're high, just don't drive. Because if you feel different, you drive different. It's illegal to drive high everywhere anyway.
Son. I never got a college degree. Now I'm CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. So you started looking for a better cashback credit card? Yeah.
We can help you make the smartest decision by comparing top cards.
Ooh, cashback on Zennie now.
Great, because the table.
Good one. The smartest decision for all your finances.
The NFL wants you to know about a federal program that lower or wipe out internet costs for elderly families. The Affordable Connectivity Program. For more information, visit the website or call the phone number on your screen.
Call now and order Star for $5.49 a month for 3 months.
You're watching NFL Now live at the Combine. We're doing a 6-hour show today. And what was that? 6 hours today. All the coaches, all the GMs, everyone's doing the podium game here as we try to figure out the future of all 32 NFL teams. Right? We can't see the future. We just try to ask questions to figure out what they think they are going to do. Why is it Tampa where they have to, find a new quarterback? Because Tom Brady actually did retire after 23 NFL seasons. And they had a coach from last year. Sit with us live, but that's Sarah Walsh with us as well. It's see you talk. It's very good to be here. And we're doing well. Thank you, sir. So we had Josh McDaniels sit here before. Just so you know, backstory. I asked Josh last year, do you think he's actually retired? Sitting in that chair at the Combine. He goes, I'll believe it when I see it. I asked Josh earlier today, and he said, yes, I do believe. Do you have any doubt whatsoever? I think he's retired. Okay. He's done. So Kyle Trask is going to play a game right now. He is your quarterback. What the only quarterback? The only quarterback that you have. What kind of confidence do you have in Kyle Trask?
I love the work ethic. I like the player. I really do like the player. As he can perform, obviously at the time we don't give any reps, but Kyle works when the cameras are off. That says a lot about his character. I think he's a very smart guy. I think he understands the game. I just think he needs reps. I want to see where he is.
I heard you say it's time to pay the piper. Jason Light had said it's time to pay the bills, right? Because you guys are $55 million over the salary cap. So all of us would love to have these bosses we can go to that just say spend whatever you want. Obviously, right? We all like that. Of course, yeah, that's understandable. And I mean, that's not the situation that you guys are in. So I'm just curious, what are the conversations like, knowing that you can't do that and that limits some of the things that you can do? What are the conversations between you and Jason Light right now in terms of making do with what you have on this roster, getting the most out of guys? How do you approach that type of challenge?
We want to be smart. Obviously, when you have good players, we spend a lot of money, and we're to the point where we have to shed some, and we understand that, and we have a plan going forward. We still have good core on our team on both sides of the ball, and we're going to shed some money the smart way. We just don't want to spend to spend. We want to spend smartly to invest to make sure we're not in this situation in the future. We don't want to salvage or mortgage the house, so to speak, to bring a player in that's probably not worth 60 or whatever $1 million, so to speak, as opposed to build it smartly through the draft and find some key free agents and still build up and become a team to win, as opposed to having a star quarterback. You have to win a different way. So we understand that, and we have some of the pieces there already.
How would you describe last season? I mean, it hasn't even been a year. You took over. You were still the DC. You took over at the end of March.
It was different. Yes. It was very different taking over that late. You know, if you take over that late, it's going to be a different team. You try to do some of the things that had success. Obviously, it comes to a point where that runs out, and I think we have to do things differently. Obviously, we had some injuries and people retiring, get hurt, and that sort of speaks what everyone has. The effort was there, the toughness was there. I thought we got mixed up a little bit too much, and we didn't have enough to finish personally. But we got to get better in certain areas on both sides of the football, and I think having a clean slate, understanding what we need to do, have a plan going forward, I think we'll be fine.
Todd, one of the things you said today that I found very interesting is you said Tom probably won some games out of fear. Other teams just, when this guy steps on the field, he has that mental advantage. You've got potentially a quarterback in Alcatraz that's never started an NFL game, so you lose that. Like, you don't have that fear factor that you had before. When you don't have that, how do guys need to step up in different areas? Because, as you mentioned, you have to win in different ways now.
Well, the fear was for certain other teams. I think on our team, we had guys going to games that thought they would be the ones to win the ball game. The team itself didn't rely on Tom. I think maybe some of the outside teams here and there, not all of them, just a few here and there relied on that. We had guys that can make plays. We just have to play team football better. Offense that can help you around defense and vice versa. And have to get solid on special teams. So there's a lot of ways to win in this league. Obviously, there's some great quarterbacks, and there's some quarterbacks that get to play for the first or second time. We have to stay in the position we were in, and we still have some good core players. We just have to add more pieces to run.
That crazy to get. I don't think anyone in the NFC South right now. Like it would unfortunately, it's over 28. No one in the division knows who's playing quarterback.
Yeah, I'll worry about the other three. That's about mine.
Worry about you guys. Right now, that guy, the one guy, is Carroll. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me.
By the way, Andrew Cecilia, you said 6 hours. You're on for 6 hours. Todd and I mean, this is like working for us. We're about to be
I thank you kind of for I appreciate it. It's not just me, though, actually. Because Revolution is here as well. So it is like a 6 hour kind of thing. That's when I wrote you back momentarily. Their car is going to be here in Indianapolis. How about that one? You'll often see this a free agent meeting with teams. Joe Douglas, the GM of the New York Jets, yesterday, or rather earlier today, confirmed that they would have a second meeting with their partner with them last week. Here's Josh McDaniels on his team report.
The goal for us eventually is to have somebody that's going to be here for a long time. I think that, you see the teams that are having success right now in our league, I would say in our conference, and specifically in our division. They're young players that were drafted by their clubs and they're being developed there. So we're going to do everything we can do to evaluate every player at that position, both in the draft and free agency, and try to do what we can do to improve the room. I mean, there's certainly going to be a number of players added at that position. Right now, only Chase Garbus is under contract. So we'll look at everything we can look at But the goal eventually is to try to have a young player here that's going to be a Raider for a long time.
Josh McDaniels at the podium today. Earlier here in Indianapolis, Omar was there this year. Josh McDaniels here with me now as we continue about the last combine. Omar, so from what we heard from Josh McDaniels today, obviously, the news that came out officially a couple weeks ago about Derek Carr being released. What kind of plan do they have here at quarterback? Well, like he said, they need to fill the room with quarterbacks. Because under contract with it, that's the face of the franchise, future star for the Las Vegas Raiders to look at number 17, or they go out and sign somebody in free agency. He expressed the ability that they can fill those roles in a variety of ways. You look at his quarterback success rate over the last several years. He's had it with different quarterbacks, going back to Tom Brady in 2019. In 2020, of course, Cam Newton in 2021, Mac Jones in 2022, Derek Carr. He pointed out that those are all very different quarterbacks. They adapt the system to the quarterback. So obviously here in 2023, when they get a free agent or they use that number 7 pick for a quarterback, they'll have different plans for that success. Even if the quarterback that they want to 7 isn't there, and take the best available player at 7, they can come back around in the 2nd round and get your quarterback at number 38. A guy like Nathan Hooker could be there for Tennessee. We also like a whole bunch of our weeks at the table for us on the Raiders quarterbacks. That's going to play with their former quarterback, Derek Carr. And Baker mentioned he is here in Indianapolis, meeting with teams, including the New York Jets. And Jets GM Joe Douglas talking about the process of finding a quarterback and finding Derek Carr in New York Jets.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
After you joined our family, it was like, I really do feel complete.
We're bringing big back. It's bigger. It's easier. The big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. Big pizza, bigger deal. The hungry, very hungry. Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I'm an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old. But I am a camping influencer. I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
I want to I need to why can't I
Support the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks to help provide meals to those in need. Join us at feedingamerica.org.
Families affected by disasters urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to those affected by disasters, big and small. Please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
We're all here for football.
Best in the league right now.
We're talking about those epic matchups and instant classics.
One of the best football games anyone had ever seen.
And all the inside lowdowns.
We're going to go out there and play football the way it's supposed to be played.
Your team. Our team. Every team. We're all here for it.
Wait till you see this.
NFL Network. We're here for football.
I'm extra good, and I'll be your sub today. Do you see anything different as a sub? No.
fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray. Fentanyl is cheap, potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl against they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More tissue now.
Obviously, you guys have seen reports about us bringing Derek Carr in about a week and a half ago. I can tell you that was a fantastic visit. We really enjoyed spending time with him. Obviously, he's the only quarterback that I can really shed any light on for you guys, since he's the only quarterback that's a free agent. But I can say that he left a strong impression with everybody. So.
They are going to meet with Derek Carr, and it's just, they got to figure something out. Well, as he said, we can't really talk about anybody else. Of course, as we know, the name that has been attached to them over and over again is Aaron Rodgers, and we still haven't heard from Aaron yet and what his desires are as he continues to play whatever game it is that he's playing. But the thing that I did take from Douglas is they want to get this thing done sooner rather than later with whatever veteran quarterback it is, right? So that's important to them that they continue to build their team going forward and know who the guy is. As for the guy who was supposed to be the guy, Zach Wilson, they still believe in Zach Wilson. They still believe that this guy has tremendously high ceiling, and that because of the work ethic that he has, they feel like he can reach it. So they want to bring in a veteran now to help them win now. However, they still have not turned the page on Zach Wilson. If they wanted to go to St. Elmo's tonight and shake hands over a shrimp cocktail and do a deal with Derek Carr, they could. He is a free agent, and he is the first big quarterback piece potentially fall into place if and when he wants to do his deal, and he has the benefit of getting a jump on everyone else. Before we started the movie here, thank you much, Giardi, there with the latest on the Jets. You mentioned Aaron Rodgers. What is the deal? Use your own Seinfeld voice. With Aaron Rodgers, he has emerged from the darkness, but the Packers are still in the dark. What Brian Gutekunst said earlier. How about that?
First time I saw the surf on the sideline, it was crazy. Technology is everything. Without those pictures on the sideline, we wouldn't be able to do what we do and see what we see. It's just a chess match between the offense and defense, and Microsoft Service at the center of the chess match.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you have the good stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhgsa.gov/the right seat.
The new car loses about 10% of its value when being to drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmers' new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. And a whole other something with Farmers' policy perks. We are Farmers.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. So if you want to talk to your kids, you have to get it trendy.
You're doing it wrong.
Can we talk?
Visit talkaboutbacon.org for tips on when and how to activate talk.
I've never been criteria for modern day respect. I'm not 6'4". I'm not 26 pounds. Wake up every single day myself, listen to myself. Doing things over and over and over and over. It's a point you can't get wrong. My underdog mentality is what's got me here. It's not so get wrong. I'm ready to go.
Are those pictures that you asked for your school project? Of their school? Here's a button. Oh, here's Grandma Lauren after that blood wiped out the whole neighborhood.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Queen, this disasters will ensure that we're safe. And it's the best way to protect that legacy. And you know what? We should make emergency communication. That's a great idea. During emergency kits for earthquakes and wildfires, but I'm sure there's something explicit I can send you.
Protect your legacy. Plan for natural disasters today. Visit ready.gov/plan.
Not a debate. The belief will be tested by others, and destiny doesn't hide. Because here is where the NFL journey begins. The NFL Combine, presented by No Bull, starts Thursday at 3 on the NFL Network.
Robinson. He waited too long and down he goes. It's a penalty. Under a hand pressure here. CJ Stroud. Wow. Everybody's here in Indianapolis, and why not? The NFL World Convergence yet again. It is great to be back here with the 2023 edition of the NFL Scouting Combine. The coaches, the GM take the podium on Tuesday and Wednesday. The players who are born in town take the field there at Lucas Oil starting Thursday afternoon. And you can see that live all weekend long on NFL Network and on NFL Plus in the meantime. Welcome to another hour of NFL Now here. A 6-hour edition of NFL Now from the Convention Center next to Lucas Oil. My name is Andrew Siciliano. My fellow Carroll, our NFL Network insider, going to be shortly. There's plenty of news here today. Leslie Frazier stepped away from the Bills defensive coordinator job earlier today. We have news as well at Chicago, where the Bears are keeping it fully as what they are going to do at number one. And we're going to hear from John Lynch coming up momentarily. The Niners GM is on the podium right now. He's an update on the Brock Purdy surgery timeline. The news, however, at Green Bay is this about Aaron Rodgers. There is no news. Brian Gutekunst took the podium earlier today. The Packers GM, and he says he still has not spoken to Rodgers since he emerged from the darkness. He still does not have an answer on the quarterback's future.
I know there'll be a lot of questions about Aaron. Just so you guys know, we haven't really had those conversations yet, so not a lot to report until we have those conversations. Free agency's coming up here. That's an important part of what we're doing. So it'd be nice to have some answers before then. But until we have any conversations, we're still in a good spot. Our feelings haven't changed about Aaron, but we need to have some of those conversations about our team, where it's going, where he's at, before we go forward. Jordan's done a great job, worked really hard. So he's doing everything we're asking. We're excited about him. I think, I've expressed to a lot of people that he needs to play. That's the next step in his progression. He needs to play. But I just think the comfortable in the offense and confidence in it, I guess, is the biggest thing. I think he was, making quicker decisions and just letting it rip a little bit more. I think he was thinking less and playing more. He didn't get a lot of opportunity during the season to go out there and perform. But when he did, we thought he executed very well.
So, Tom, Brian Gutekunst said that earlier in the offseason, he and Aaron Rodgers texted, but since he emerged from his 3-day darkness retreat, they have not really communicated. I'll ask you the same question I asked Ian a couple hours ago. Is there any scenario in which the Packers call Aaron Rodgers and say, we made mistakes, we're ready to move on? They can't really do that. They obviously can formulate different contingency plans here, but because Aaron Rodgers is fully guaranteed $60 million, and because he would have to go along with any trade, logistically, it just wouldn't work. Now, could they make clear to him that organizationally they're going in a different direction? That certainly could be a part of the process. What I can tell you is the Packers to this point have tried to be respectful of the fact that Aaron Rodgers needs time to make this decision. If he wants to come back and is fully bought in, the Packers would want him back. You've heard Brian Gutekunst reference it here, and we need to have those conversations. So nothing of our feelings have changed, but we need to pause and make sure that everybody's on the same page about the team and the roster, where this is headed moving forward. In other words, this is not strictly a binary, do you want to play it, okay, you want to play here or someplace else. It's also, okay, if Aaron Rodgers said it wants to be back in Green Bay, okay, here's what we're looking at from a roster perspective. This is what we're thinking in terms of the big picture here. Is everybody comfortable with that? And in terms of the trade, Rodgers and Wong have to show up to facilitate a trade. Number two, they also have to sign a revised contract to help the Packers have in order to facilitate that trade. So Rodgers, between that and the $16 million fully guaranteed, holds the key here. They also could say, you're getting closer. They want to answer before the start of free agency. Really, it's those key dates to the opening of the free agent negotiating window. From today, you are coming up on it. You're going to find an answer from Aaron Rodgers. And if not, you also Gutekunst express what he has publicly for a long time here, which is they believe Jordan Love is ready if in fact this is his time. Very quick, do they pick up a phone and say, hey, we're waiting? Obviously, it's understood, or they just sitting here waiting for a text. They'll get to that point eventually, but you have to remember the context here. Brian Gutekunst is part of the Packers organization, and they had to divorce from Brett Favre. Part of the reason that played out the way that it did was because they wanted a decision from Brett Favre early in the offseason. He was not ready at that point to make the decision. That's why he retires on March 6th, and by the end of April, he was already thinking about coming back. They don't want to have that type of scenario play out here. That's why they're trying to be respectful. But absolutely, at some point here, especially if they're coming up on the end of next week, which is on the eve of free agency, you hope that they've got some clarity on what Aaron Rodgers wants. Because again, there's additional conversations then that will lead to if he's safe, and if he wants to go someplace else, to open to a trade. But it also takes time to work out a trade. Right. Yes. For example, if it goes up and you say, hey, we're going to have a second meeting this week with their car here in Dallas. We talked about that. You would love to know if Aaron Rodgers is even a possibility before perhaps you decide their car or do something else. Regardless, Packers will figure the big Rodgers. Let's get to the San Francisco 49ers, who are one of two teams that will probably take the other one. That do not have a first round pick, and they also have a quarterback question. Last week, Brock Purdy goes to undergo surgery. They delayed that surgery because there was so much swelling in that right elbow. Moments ago, John Wood celebrated.
He's down in Arizona. You know, his folks are from there in Gilbert, Arizona. Dr. Meister is the orthopedist for the Texas Rangers. He'll be traveling to spring training later this week, and so they're going to meet there, and hopefully everything's good, and he's made the progress necessary. You know, just commenting on that, I really want to thank Dr. Meister. You know, he called me when he made that decision. That's a tough decision to make. But I really appreciate the courage and the conviction to make that decision. It's all about the best outcome. Is it ideal? No, you want, you know, for a variety of reasons, time being number one. You want every waking minute that you have, but ultimately he's 22 years old. We want the best outcome, and that's what Dr. Meister made a really tough decision, and we're very appreciative. And he's done thousands of these surgeries, and just, you know, when you have all the swelling out, when you have all the stiffness out, is when he's had the best success with the outcomes. And so we're very thankful, and we're hopeful that when they meet down in Arizona this week, you know, that they can move forward, and then it would be early next week as to when they would go in there and have the surgery. Absolutely, and you know, a lot of people talk about the ambiguity because you hear, well, you never know until you get in there. I get told that every time one of our players has a surgery, and I think that's surgeons just covering the bases. They never know. MRIs tell a whole lot of the picture, but you really truly don't know until you get in there and see exactly what's going on. So we're doing lots of praying and pulling for Brock, and he's a tireless worker, and so he's doing everything that he can, and hopefully we get some clarity moving forward here.
When he can start throwing in, or is he ready to go at the end of the season?
There's a variety of different time frames, and Dr. Meister had a great line that I can't share with you, but it was very clever, just about, he doesn't have a crystal ball, and every player is different, every person's different, so timelines are just that, they're guidelines, but we'll see, and it's the reality is the majority of these are done on baseball players. This is not a baseball injury, even the way in which it happened was Brock's going to throw on a 250-pound man with an opposing force. It's a different injury, and so the outcomes are different, and we'll see where it goes.
This 49ers GM John Lynch on the podium as we speak. He also said, Winston moments ago when asked, just one more time, I know you said no Jimmy Garoppolo. Is there any shot? And he said, but I do believe it's probably one it's for that season. He said probably. I'm just reading off the Twitter from colleagues there. Tigers reporter interactive by Carroll. Yes, let's talk about Derek Carr. We have the score number. You guys think that Derek Carr is in town. Yep, going to meet the team. Joe Douglas said earlier today, confirmed that he is one of those teams that have a second year.
Yeah, he's going to meet with the New York Jets to maintain the World Series. Of course, he visited them earlier. Now they have a little more expensive moving market with it. It's a little bit more expensive. And then the Carolina Panthers will also join them. Those should be the big teams as of now. Can another team emerge? Certainly, and that's one of the things that Derek Carr is doing. Pretty smart. He's coming here where everyone is here. So if you're someone who may not have an answer to quarterback, you want to read this, go to this Airbnb and they'll hang out. Pretty simple. So those two teams right now for Carr, like finding the numbers are on a special price. Finding like where you can go and win. It's going to be the price will be where the market sort of sets itself. It is more important.
Yeah, it's about setting himself up for that growth standpoint, from an organizational standpoint, where he feels comfortable, and then the money is going to come in. It doesn't sound like there have been intense negotiations with any of the teams involved, but this is something that's going to be touched upon as we move forward here. If he makes the decision before the negotiating window, which opens on March 13th, Derek Carr had the luxury of taking his time because he's ahead of the game for some of the other guys that are slated to be free agents. And he can also make a decision before they can make a decision. So he's playing with that grouping to his advantage. And that meeting with the Jets, both sides, I continue to say, both sides seem to have come away from that meeting saying that it was, in the words of Carroll manager Joe Douglas, fantastic. Doug was calling Derek Carr, quote, a producer, but really a phenomenal person. Very authentic, ultra intelligent, very comfortable in his own skin, and highly competitive. I mean, Joe Douglas was practically discussing about Derek Carr on the podium today. No goal. They really just did not sound like they had great fitness. So look at you working. I try to get a free t-shirt on. We can get a t-shirt. Maybe. We'll see. I just want to find a way to work and you mess with the bully and horn, something like that. But it's you know, no bull. Yes, bull. Well, that's what I'm saying. You want no bull, but if you mess with the bull, you get the horn. That's what I'm saying. No bull today from Brock. How about that? I think he backed off a little bit from the comments that he made on our air a couple weeks ago during the Super Bowl, in which he said Sam Howell right now has to be on some QB1. He didn't say he is a QB1. He just clarified he has a chance to compete for the starting quarterback. And we reacted that way because he talking about until he's the starter week one. He started one game in the NFL. Well, great, we had some fun, but listen, they're impressed with Sam Howell. They think that there's a lot of potential there, but it's a long offseason. And let's see what free agent veteran options and other options are available to the Washington Commanders. So they're walking the line of they want to instill some confidence in him, but they also don't want to make him overly confident. They still want him to go into work day in and day out. So it's like they went really far towards, we really believe this guy, and now it's like, okay, let's walk it back a little bit so that we can reinstill a little bit of sense of competition. There's got to be competition no matter what. They're picking 15 overall. Maybe they draft a quarterback, maybe they make go get a veteran quarterback. We do know this, however, the offseason quarterback market is going to be crazy. And the one guy that can't make a deal right now is Derek Carr. The Browns made a big deal last year for Sean Watson right about this time. Andrew Berry on track weeks after this. Yeah, during the NCAA tournament, that first Thursday. They all free agency. Right, yeah. Andrew Berry today talked about that contract, not necessarily the size of the guarantee and what other GMs and owners think, but the fact that they may need to restructure it.
Yeah, I mean, when this kid was first struck, I mean, restructuring the contract always makes sense. But it's moving money around. It's not giving up any money. It's not giving any less. It's fully guaranteed. It doesn't matter. This is all just accounted and cash based. What it does indicate is the Browns are going to push a move. The Browns are going to move around. The Browns are going to try to improve the team. That Mike reported earlier today that John Johnson, one of the prizes of free agency a couple years back, is going to be released by the Browns in the league year starts. That'll create some space as well. The Browns, I know last year didn't go as they wanted in part because of Deshaun Watson not playing because of his suspension. But they're going to make some moves this year to try to get the base around him better and try to get him better this year.
Well, and just real quick, they understood what last year was going to be. It was going to be fits and starts. They knew there was going to be a suspension coming. Now it feels like this is going to be year one for Deshaun Watson for them because he's going to have the full year and it won't be interrupted. As they rework that offensive coaching room as well. So Musgrave coming in and out and healthy. Moving up. Quarterback, they're right off of that. And you? Yeah, sorry. Seniors off of that. Noble. I forgot.
Send Mike to shirt.
For Broadway television, thank you, gentlemen. New right now, Bucky Brooks has a new contract. He is version 2.0. It's on NFL.com right now. Jalen Carter soon, there's no trade. Jalen Carter at 1, Bryce Young at 2. He has Will Anderson at 3. Every Wolves had 5. They're the other way around. Every Wolves had 3 with Anderson at 5. Check out Bucky's entire mock draft. The other 22 picks are 21 in the first round right now on NFL.com as we get ready for the Combine Brooks themselves. Beginning on Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern time. The D-line and the linebackers going first. Williams or Sunday, the O-line, no running back. Coming up next, we'll hear from a head coach that does not have a first round pick because they traded a first round pick for the coach. Sean Payton on working with Russell Wilson when he is finally able to do it. That's coming up as we're now live with the Combine in Indy.
Go anywhere, do anything in the wildly capable, electrified Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Wrangler 4xe. During the Jeep President's Day sales event, get $2,000 total bonus cash on these 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com for new inventory available near you.
How you holding up?
Nothing wrong with getting help. If I promise to look into it, will you drop it and you'll know I ain't even help. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Here's a little tip for all you aspiring fishermen. The easiest way to catch wild, humongous, already deep-fried fish is with $5 in your wallet and a brown paper Arby's bag. Arby's, we have the meat.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it. No way. No way. My kid would never go.
Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org.
Whether your team plays under the bright lights of a stadium or on the back alley. America's dairy farmers and the NFL believe in the power of active kids, fueled by a nutritious diet. Yes. Join us, along with families everywhere, to be part of a team that builds strong schools and communities. Fuel up to play 60.
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever seen.
Monster, the Outlaw,
The Subway Series, greatest menu of all time.
42 million Americans struggle with hunger.
Yet 35% of food in America is wasted. The public company Zero Waste Foundation is working with 3 communities free to hunger answers. Together, we can help anyone. Learn more at Zero Hunger Zero Waste Foundation.org. Welcome back. The Sustainable Marketplace, where every single product is just started and cash out with less. Start looking at impact today. Take up to 20% off your order with code POCKETPLANET.
So why don't I take you someplace a little bit more private so you can get a hold of yourself?
Well, certainly no secret that it did not work out in year one between Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos. As such, the coach comes in, Sean Payton. Priority one, of course, for Payton is to figure out how to find success again. They want very successful quarterback in Wilson. Payton has podium today at the combine here in Indianapolis, trying to lay out part of that plan.
We spoke in text, but this is the time of the year where these guys are away for, and I've talked periodically with Drew as well. Those guys, I think, live near each other in San Diego. And right towards the end, Drew was finally texting me like, hey, if you're going to take this job, please do it, because he's wearing me out. Yeah, we're looking forward to the start of the season. Obviously, certainly for Russell standards and the Broncos standards, it wasn't the type of year that they wanted. And typically that's why new head coaches arrive.
Back here live in Indianapolis NFL now at the Combine. Rebels here with James Palmer. And James, kind of listening to Sean Payton talk about that plan for Russell Wilson. I think that's obviously top line for everybody that's kind of, follows the Broncos certainly, and as you do, as closely as you do there in Denver. The Drew Brees, part of it is kind of interesting to me hearing him talk about that. How to get that type of production out of Russell Wilson, I think is something that we're really curious about. But it's not necessarily about how Sean and Russ necessarily do it together, but how all of the pieces come together, right?
It's all the pieces, right? Obviously, you're right. It is Sean and Russ as the first aspect of that together. You heard Pete Carroll earlier this morning talk about it, saying that Sean Payton's one of the best coaches on the planet, one of the best teachers on the planet. If he can get to Russell Wilson, he's probably one of the few that they really can go out and do that. But you're right. If the other pieces around Russell Wilson as well, as they're moving on to 2022, Sean Payton jokes out, pulling up the facility without a rearview mirror in my car. I'm not looking back at 2022. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is up there to driving coach by any means, but what they are doing is moving ahead, hopefully healthier around Russell Wilson, and that's important. Javonte Williams was supposed to be a huge part of this offense in year 2 in the NFL brand, and October 14th tears his ACL as well as other ligaments in his knee. It means for gentlemen for George Payton saying his job is right now he is quote on track to be ready for the start of the season. That would be huge. And then Tim Patrick, who most in that building believe is the best receiver on this team, which is very interesting knowing they have Courtland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. But remember, he tore his ACL during training camp. They expect him to be 100% at the start of next season.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think we've all seen Tim Patrick was brought back. He was willing to come back, and that maybe puts people by surprise. And now hearing that he is viewed in that high regard
in terms of everything he does, that's how he's viewed. In terms of a complete receiver, football player, everything he does, they believe he's best player ever.
Because obviously the talent with Jerry Jeudy is a first rounder there. Jerry Jeudy plays brilliantly at Pro Bowl. So that's really intriguing to get that back. Certainly, stay put. Jason, we're going to switch gears in the AFC West on the Super Bowl champions here for a moment. We are replacing their offensive coordinator with Eric Bieniemy off to Washington.
I'm so happy for EB to have a chance to put his name on an offense, and this is his now. He's working for Ron Rivera, who's a dear friend, and more of a defensive head coach than offensive head coach. So this allows EB to do his thing, and I'm happy for him. I wish, and I'm wishing him luck with that. I'm also wishing him luck going forward. Obviously we're trying to get him to become a head coach. It didn't work out that way, but that's not, it's not over yet. So I think he's going to do a heck of a job here and really be able to show his personality within the office.
We'll hear you talk about Eric Bieniemy in that way now in Washington with the Chiefs face State on that offense there. Meanwhile, back in Kansas City, Brett Beach was sitting in your seat just about an hour ago, and I was talking about this draft class that they put together in Kansas City. First round to 7th round was incredible. Big reason why they are Super Bowl champions. But it wasn't just the draft class. There's additions to this roster. Mid-season addition that proved up pretty dang impactful in Darius Tony.
And they believe, as we talked about Tim Patrick as the best receiver in that room, they believe Darius Tony is the best receiver in the receiver room in Kansas City. I'm going to tell you right into the camera for it, because that is the buzz talking to multiple people in that building, decision makers. They believe his talent has not even been completely tapped yet. They think there's a downfield element to his game that hasn't really been utilized so far through his time in Florida and his time in New York. They think that's an added element. They don't think they win the Super Bowl without Darius Tony in that return. They think there's a lot of different elements to his game. Now they're well aware that injuries have been a factor for him, and they're not ignoring that baby sense. But when he's healthy, they believe he is the best receiver clear cut on their team. And there's a very good chance Patrick Mahomes is going to be the exact same group of guys he did down the stretch, which is MVS and Juju Smith-Schuster. They expect having a chance to bring him back. And then Kadarius Toney and obviously Travis Kelce. They think it could be the same guys around Patrick Mahomes, but it's funny. Speaking of Mahomes, I hope there's a lot of receivers calling him up this offseason going, thinking if I need away to get their hands in it, that's what happens. Breaking records, and you're doing what Patrick Mahomes has been doing.
Yeah, and let's see what happens at 31, right? A little bit of a bonus for the Chiefs. Winning the Super Bowl, you can take a spot ahead of the normal slot at 32, right? So
they could slide in there at the end, too. Say something like Jackson Smith and Jigga or something like that. Could slide in at the end what he wants up to Kansas City.
Isn't it? James Palmer certainly with some injury for the Broncos in Chiefs will be coming back to New York. Big decisions to make for Joe Shane. Futures of Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, chief among them. But there was the Giants. We talk Big Blue when we come back. Our NFL Now live from Indianapolis. The Pro Football Hall of Fame is the ultimate football fan destination. Vince Lombardi's Super Bowl trophy, the only place in America. Super Bowl ring, your chance to see all 362. There's so much more, including a holographic Disney-like experience and just 45 minutes south of Cleveland. Purchase your tickets online now.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers. Different how? Are we all just looking for the hottest stocks? Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
Generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when did you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clear the difference.
I never got a college degree. Now I'm CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one in millions.
After you joined our family, it was like, I really do feel complete.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh yeah. You come in here, you'll be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know we always have fresh too.
Fresh is what it stands for.
That's exactly.
Stop by the Pro Football Hall of Fame store, just like Hall of Famers, for exclusive Hall of Fame gear. Make your friends and family Hall of Famers. With all 32 teams in the store, there's something for everyone. Open 7 days a week, and no admission to come and shop. Stop in today. Or visit us online at profootballhof.com/store.
Thousands of families affected by disasters urgently need support. You can help the American Red Cross provide help, and hope to families when they need it most. Please donate today to Red Cross Disaster Relief to help people affected by disasters, big and small. Go to redcross.org/NFL today. Your support is critical. We can't do it without you.
Total access to leaders on WrestleMania with Sean Pitchers. The latest on the future of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay and a perfect draft plan for the Texans for the first player to ever face David Carr. That's tonight at 7 Eastern.
Just started, Kansas City. You can already feel the juice building there, and there is the reaction. What a dream.
Back here is Info Now, the Combine continues live from Indianapolis with what's new right now. Carlos, I'm here at the Helpful Insider Tom Pelissero, and Tom, so much of the conversation today surrounding the Tampa Bay Buccaneers has been about Kyle Trask being the only quarterback that they have, and whether he is going to be their starter next season. But the guy that maybe stands next to them or next to him or behind him in some cases also of some interest today. There are a number of things coming to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the coming weeks, and here's a significant one. The Bucs plan to release Leonard Fournette when the league year begins on March 15th. By waiting until then, they can apply a Coach June designation, saving about $1.5 million on this year's salary cap. This is Lombardi Lenny. He played a big role in that Tampa title push. Now he's still only 28 years old. He's got a lot left in the tank. I would anticipate there is going to be a market out there for Leonard Fournette. He's been which you mentioned there in the tweet. It's been a big piece of the pass game in Tampa while Tom Brady was there. So it could be a completely different backfield in Tampa, both the quarterback and running back. Thanks very much, Tom. I'll give that to you. Tom, thank you. The question is, what's the Giants' backfield going to look like? Because they had some free agent decisions to make. The quarterback and the running back, both Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, are free agents in less than 2 weeks. There's GM Joe Shane this morning.
Yeah, we've been in constant contact with his agents. We had productive conversations yesterday. We have some more scheduled today, so we'll continue to communicate with them. Some of it's was in person and then over the phone, and then yesterday was in person, we'll be in person again today. So yeah, we'll continue to hang around, try to get closer to get something done hopefully. Not right now. We've had productive conversations with both the representatives. Saquon going all the way back to November, and we'll continue to do so. But there's not priority on one or the other.
All right, and remember, James, as you know, we're just you have only one franchise tag. You cannot tag both Saquon and Daniel Jones. They turned that as future option. That would have been worth about half of what they may now have. It's only
I think that Jim Shane said they have had productive conversations with him to speak in person here in Indianapolis to its representatives. I talked to a member of the organization last night who said they are cautiously optimistic that they're going to get this done with Daniel Jones. They said, look, they went through this with Eli Manning in the past too, where it looked like they were very far apart, and then as time passes, you get much closer and you get to do this. They really want to get Daniel Jones done, and they made it clear he's going to be the quarterback next year for the New York Giants. He will be franchise tag if they can't get a deal done. But they would like to have that franchise tag in reserve in case they need it for Saquon Barkley. They want Saquon Barkley back. Two, they feel like the two of them work really well together, that it would behoove Daniel Jones, if he's going to be the quarterback, to have Saquon beside him. So they would like to have that franchise tag in their back pocket if they need it for Saquon, because as Joe Shane just mentioned, they have talking to Saquon since November, and they have not closed that gap yet because the deal is not done. So stay tuned. Daniel Jones definitely coming back one way or the other, but Saquon a little bit of a question if they have to use the franchise tag.
Real quick, that franchise tag for running back is reasonably cheap. Only $10 million.
Sure. You would prefer, again, you would prefer to have to use it on Saquon. If you have to use it at all, ideally they get them both under contract.
Saquon Barkley stayed healthy, and you saw what he can do when healthy again. And the Giants win the playoff. Now they're trying to put pieces back together so they can try to make the playoffs in back-to-back years. Right?
Yeah, thanks very much. Staying in the NFC East here, Andrew, with an intriguing situation with the Cowboys running back situation, projected to be over $17 million over the cap. How does Ezekiel Elliott's future with the team factor into that literal equation? Plus Tony Pollard's emergence this year, his injury to end the season, how does that complicate things? Stephen Jones addressing the Cowboys running back situation today.
Yeah, I mean, those are things that we'll have to, obviously work through as we move forward. We haven't finalized any decisions yet in terms of, what that room's going to look like. But Zeke's a tremendous competitor. A guy that who's just a great teammate and a great competitor, and a guy that obviously he's making a lot of money. He knows that. And, obviously, Tony Pollard's up for free agency, so that's a challenge. But we'll work through that.
Again, especially with Tony Baker again, and march out there.
But we will this week. We'll be visiting with, all the guys who are free will be visiting with, most of their agents.
Does he make a lot of sense to tag though as you try to get the deal done because it comes at a
It's not out of the question, but we certainly haven't determined whether we'll do that or not. More than likely, we'll use our tag. Not necessarily on Tony, but we'll use our tag. Can't tell you. You go tell somebody.
Stephen tells you James Slater with us now. I love that. Just wait a little bit here with that judge tag right there. Tony Pollard, certainly one of the key free agents for the Dallas Cowboys this year. What does Miami look like to bring some of those guys back?
I mean, obviously, it's 20 unrestricted free agents. They've got a laundry list of things to figure out. They also made all these incredible sweeping changes to their coaching staff. And now one of those offensive coaches not even here yet because, as Stephen Jones put it to us today, they're working on the install. They're looking to improve about 15 to 20% things that Kellen Moore did that maybe Mike McCarthy didn't necessarily agree with. So a little bit of a revamping, but he wrote right there, Tony Pollard, I feel like is line item number one for them. And we tried. We weren't able to get the answer on it, but they've been working through to figure out to put the franchise tag on Pollard in order to try and get a long-term deal done. That makes the most sense because he's paying around $10 million. A couple of the other names that we threw out there, Leighton Van Der Esch. I asked him, the linebacker basically bet on himself last year. I said to Stephen Jones, did you do enough this year to justify coming back? He said, absolutely. But he also kept going back to, it all comes down to the economics. Tyron Smith, another one. He's been dealing with injuries going back to 2015. He raised his hand last year and said, let me play a position that I've played since college, and they love talking about it. They love the flexibility, and as they discussed, you can't have enough offensive linemen. So that's going to be another area. And then it came up this week the possibility of Zennie. What does that do for them? It gives them some cap space because he's counting pretty heavy against them in terms of the cap this year, so that would free some things up. So a lot to get done as it relates to the Cowboys, and we're talking about a lot of things to get done, despite the fact this was a team that had one of its best records since going back to 1995. They just feel like in that building they're getting close, but not close enough.
How do you get over that next hump and getting yourself into an NFC Championship game and eventually back into a Super Bowl for the first time in a couple of decades? James Slater, very latest Austin Cowboys. Thank you, James. So to come here on NFL Now at the Combine. When will we see Murray back running the show for the Cardinals offense? He recovers from the injury. We'll get updates for you. Omar Ruiz back with us live here next.
Here, speed is undeniable. Strength is not a debate. But belief will be tested. And destiny doesn't hide. Because here is where the NFL journey begins. The NFL Combine, presented by No Bull, starts Thursday at 3 on the NFL Network.
At Domino's, now you can carry out a one-topping pizza with any of our 5 types for only $7.99. And you can order any way you want to, online or by phone. So choose hand-tossed, crunchy thin crust, gluten-free, cooking style, or handmade pan, and your favorite topping for just $7.99 from Domino's.
Families affected by disasters urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to those affected by disasters, big and small. Please donate to Red Cross Disaster Relief.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Speak with one of our experts who will do your taxes for you. So you can do anything else.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Every day, millions of babies need to get to where they're going. And at Chevron, we're working to help reduce the carbon intensity of the fuels that keep things moving. Today, we're producing renewable diesel that can be used in existing diesel tanks, and we're committed to increasing our renewable fuels production. Because as we work toward a lower carbon future, it's only human to keep moving forward.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I'm an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
We all bet $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again, then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Really?
I'll take the $5.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. See you tomorrow, fam. Good morning football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Where's your NFL Now? Combine Live from Indianapolis rolling on. With a team that figures heavily into this conversation by dictating the draft the number 3 overall pick. Of course, your good quarterback with Kyler Murray, will he be healthy as he continues to rehab from the torn ACL? Many of the questions directed towards new head coach Jonathan Gannon about that very subject. Here to
I told Kyler, I'm not going to rush him back, because part of what makes Kyler so elite is his, are his legs. So when he's ready to play, he'll play. I don't know exactly the timetable right now. Everyone heals a little bit differently. Everyone comes back from rehab a little differently. And everyone's different in that aspect. So I like the plan where he's at. I like what he's doing right now to get himself ready to go. I told the story, the guy's attacking his rehab. He wants to be out there as fast as he can, as soon as he's ready. Then we'll put him out there. But, if he's not ready to go, we'll have a plan in place to play and win games with who we have playing quarterback for us.
Jonathan Gannon's first combine as a new head coach. Omar Ruiz joins us. They're listening to what the Cowboys' decision-making group had to say there about Kyler Murray. Where do they feel like his recovery really is at this point?
I think it's still uncertain. And I asked Monty Lawson earlier today how that might influence their roster building depending on Kyler Murray's recovery time, because his skill set is so unique, and we do have to consider what they have in their quarterback situation when they start the season. And what Jonathan Gannon said there in that soundbite, Austin Ford said the same thing. They'll have a plan in place for when Kyler returns. They'll have a plan in place for Kyler is not ready for week 1, but it is something that they consider, as Jonathan Gannon noted there. Austin Ford also noted that Kyler Murray has seen him a little bit the last couple of weeks rehabbing his recovery time for that knee. His recovery is number 1. It is the priority of this offseason to get him back in as soon as possible.
And then, of course, once Kyler does get out there at quarterback, and whoever does start the season at quarterback for Arizona, we'll be wondering, whether DeAndre Hopkins is out there to throw the ball to it. And the way that's talked about right now, it's almost like he's already gone from Arizona, right? DeAndre Hopkins, how do you gauge his future?
It's interesting because Jonathan Gannon was just asked when he expects DeAndre Hopkins to be on this team in 2023, and he said, not sure, really. And Austin Ford was asked something similar, and he said, well, he's glad that DeAndre Hopkins is on his team right now because both have fought against DeAndre Hopkins several times. I think it's important to note, especially when you consider the fact that Kyler Murray, his status for when the season begins is uncertain, is that DeAndre Hopkins, Deshaun Watson, thrived with so many different quarterbacks when he was in Houston. He has experience to break down the defense, no matter who's throwing to him. And so when they're talking about the uncertainty of quarterback position to start the season, it's something that is important for that team. But also did note that he has met with DeAndre Hopkins, his representatives, talking about what the future is. Didn't get into specifics of that, but it seems like everything's on the table at this point.
And, I mean, it really is a fascinating decision when you think about, running out there to start, maybe hopping out there to start, and what does this offense look like, right? With a new coordinator, new scheme, and all that. So a lot of folks switching there on the offensive side for a new regime in Arizona. Some uncertainty in the quarterback position as well in Atlanta. Thanks very much, Omar, when we come back here on NFL Now at the Combine Live here in Indianapolis. Is Desmond Ridder the guy moving forward for the Atlanta Falcons in a division very upset with the NFC South across the board? We'll take it.
I can't believe this is how you kids talk to your friends. This is talking. Did you have a nice day? Look at the size of these butterfly shrimp. Ginormous. What more shrimp? Now you're talking.
I want to Dr. Banana. I need to why can't I
Support the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks to help provide meals to those in need. Join us at feedingamerica.org.
Why did we choose Safe Life? For us, driving around is the only way we can get our baby to sleep. So when our windshield cracked, we needed it fixed right. We went to safelife.com. There's no one else we've trust. Their experts replaced our windshield and recalibrated our car's advanced safety system. They focus on our safety, so we can focus on this little guy.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. But I started thinking, you know what? This is a responsibility. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. And I had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
There are 16 million children struggling with hunger in America. This is a serious problem, but one we can solve. Visit feedingamerica.org to help. Together we can solve hunger. Together we're feeding America.
The latest on Russell Williams and Sean Payton. The latest on the future of Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay and a perfect draft player who excuses for the first player to ever pay David Carr. That's tonight at 7 Eastern.
The Kansas City Chiefs won Super Bowl 57. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl, and you can get your hands on the official trophy collection, including the Super Bowl t-shirt, hat, and celebration towel. Get free shipping at NFLshop.com.
This is a Floyd Birthright. Timeless design, enduring materials, simple to assemble, the Floyd Birthright is perfectly designed for my mother's today and in the future. See our entire family furniture at floydhome.com.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Finished.
This is the teacher of foundational nutrition. AG1 lets you drink your vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and so much more. One scoop, once a day. Learn more at athleticgreens.com.
Keeps feeling with that control of my hair. Seeing the progress is awesome. Seeing my hair grow back is great.
I feel great. I feel confident. I feel very happy about my journey so far with Keeps and where it's going in the future.
Get started at keeps.com/eating.
You're watching it come out NFL Network, a 6-hour extravaganza here on a Tuesday, getting ready for the drills on Thursday. What do the Falcons do at quarterback here? 58th overall. Last year, they had a rookie Desmond Ritter play the second part of the season with 2-2 as a starter. Terry Fontenot, your thoughts?
He's going to add to the position, and we've been really clear with how we feel about Desmond Ritter and what he's done to this point in his career. His makeup and just the way he's handled every role that he's been in, and what he did over the last 4 games of the season. He dealt with adversity. He got off the mat. He kept fighting. So Desmond's done some good things, and we know he's going to continue to improve this offseason, and yet we're going to add to the position, whether it's free agency, the draft, or both. We've talked about the quarterback position and how we want to make sure we continue to add to that position. We want to keep bringing players in. So really excited about Desmond, and yet we're going to add to the position.
All right, there is Terry Fontenot, GM of the Falcons. Steve White, he kind of said the same thing when he was sitting right here. The Falcons have a top 10 pick. It's an interesting position to be in if the quarterbacks fall or if somebody wants to get up to your 8th position. You do Falcons preseason games in the building overall. Were they mildly content with what Desmond Ritter did? They knew it was going to be a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're more than mildly content. I mean, remember, Marcus Mariota started most of the season, but Ritter came in, played well the preseason, and then he came in and did well at the back end of the season. So they're speaking in encouraging terms. But the coach Fontenot, they said there's no way they're going to anoint him as their QB1 right now, which turns to they're going to add to the quarterback room. It would probably be a veteran type of quarterback. They don't have a veteran quarterback on the roster right now. Now, let's not forget, there's a lot of speculation that the Falcons may be in play into maybe get into a Lamar Jackson trading sweepstakes.
Okay.
But seeing how Terry Fontenot and head coach Arthur Smith.
Ooh, I needed that rest.
That type of capital to make the trade from one player to another way out of their playbook. So I think it's listening to Fontenot and talking to the organization. I think if they add this quarterback, he will be a veteran. Desmond Ritter has earned that #1 job right now, which they're very happy with the process.
And if they do go for a veteran, they do have some financial flexibility. And we're cutting Marcus Mariota this morning at now worth $65 million. $65 million in available cap space. We have some breaking news. The Browns and Jets were just announced from the whole main game. So Thomas and the real are going August 3rd. We have a game 156 days from now. That will be your next NFL game. You might be the $500 wants to play starter that day. Andrew Berry, their GM, talked about his contract.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that he said that were very interesting without being specific. Andrew Berry rarely gets specific to public announcement situation, but he did say when asked about restructuring veteran players' contracts because they have to get under the salary cap. The quarterback, Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed deal. It's a possibility to be restructured. That's one way that they can get under the cap and add players if they redo his deal in some way, shape, or form. He wouldn't commit to say they're doing that this year, but that is a possibility. Now, probably I asked Barry, is it going to be simpler this season without the first round draft pick to build your roster knowing that Watson is going to be able to play week 1? He said absolutely, because last year, because of the looming suspension, they did not know what it was going to be like to build a roster, not knowing how long Deshaun Watson was going to be out, who's going to be the full-time backup at the time. So this year, because they have stability at that position, he said it will be easier to shape a roster around Watson's skills than it was this time last year when they made the big move for him.
And that big move included the 12th overall pick, which would have been the Browns, but now it's in Houston. Ontario has 2 and 12. The Browns' first selection is the 12th pick in the second round, which is this year, at least this year, is 42 overall. affected the what? Maytime correct. We had another quarterback news at Tennessee today. Yeah, we do in fact. And I think there was a lot of question as to whether 2023 Tennessee would bring about the Malik Willis era, right? For run pick last year on a Liberty for the Titans. Something as Ryan Tannehill missed the final 5 games of the season in 2022 with the ankle injury, but it sounds like that is the case, or at least as Ryan Carroll, the new GM of the Titans, said today.
Ryan is under contract. You know, I know you guys. I just want to speak freely for a moment. You know, I know everybody wants to make a big deal, you know, out of the quarterback position, whether he will or won't be here. But you guys just have to accept the fact that Ryan is under contract, you know, for us. And right now he's a Titan and he will be a Titan.
It seems like as much of it as an endorsement as you would get at this point in the offseason from the general manager. Mike Giardi is back here with us listening to what Ray Carpon had to say about the quarterback spot. Bryce Tannehill is a Titan and will be a Titan. I guess it's really not.
And has been working out in the area and has been getting together with guys. I think it's interesting when you look at his number, his cap number, and everybody's obsessed with cap. It's fairly low for starting quarterbacks that are on rookie contracts. So when you talk about the idea of moving on from last year, so you mentioned Latest Willis, it's not ready yet, right? And there's going to have to be a big step for him from year 1 to year 2. You guys kind of had to turn your job to a dog, so a journeyman. I would think through the back part of the season, and almost get him into the postseason. So I think you're looking at Lewis as a project that is far away. And in the short term, Ryan's a leader. When he's healthy, he's been a good player for them. His teammates are something. It just makes a lot of sense to just continue with that relationship rather than move on and now have to find yourself another veteran quarterback. So it's going to cost some money because the price is only going up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. When Brian's healthy and when, you know, they run the offense the way they want, it's pretty difficult to deal with. When Derrick Henry is out there, you know, healthy as well. So we'll see if that continues into 2023. We know someone will not continue into 2023 there. His previous role. Now, this wasn't Frazier's even for the Bills stepping away from coaching as they announced today. Does it sound like Sean McDermott's going to have a bigger impact than maybe he even did before Leslie said?
So they're non-committal, as he said. The conversations with Leslie just happened last week. So they're the beginning stages of trying to figure out how they want to operate going forward. So obviously, Sean McDermott made his bones as the defensive coordinator before becoming the head coach for the Buffalo Bills. And it is something that he said, if I feel comfortable, I feel like that's the best thing for the team to do going forward, then I'll do that. Leslie only taking a year off. Unclear about whether or not he returns and has his old job back. They haven't really gotten that far either. There's interesting here, Ron Rivera, who coached with McDermott in Carolina, and said, better adjust the play call. And I think if you talk to some people in Buffalo, they'd like a little bit more aggression from their defense. And that's Sean's pedigree. At least in what in Carolina, that's how he sort of made his reputation. So curious to see how that works. Again, beginning process for them. McDermott said, I do want to still have the big picture in mind because still we know that's the couple of jobs that they have as a head coach managing all facets of every part of it.
Yeah, and Brandon Bean was sitting right there when he joined us here live on NFL Now a couple of hours ago. He said continuity is what they want. Like, this is a good defense. They've hit us in for the last few years. They want to keep that as much as they can. So, yeah, certainly would shock me to see maybe an elevation from the staff. Holcomb comes in, he's and then Sean takes on a bigger role as a head coach and perhaps the back to so see that. Awesome. All right, much more to come here as we roll on this Tuesday edition of NFL Now here at the Combine Live in Indianapolis, where Derek Carr is also hanging out. Carson Wentz is now looking for a new team. Lots of quarterback conversation.
We're bringing big back. It's bigger. It's easier. Get New York from pizza. Big pizza, bigger deal. You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhgsa.gov/the right seat.
Hey, hold up. Nothing wrong with getting help. If I promise to look into it, you drop it and nothing goes back. I need help. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Provide resources at va.gov/reach.
Hey, you know how Caesar invented the Caesar Sportsbook app, Caesar's Rewards, and of course the seller gets credit for that? Well, he's back with Quick Picks, the quick and easy way to turn today's biggest headline storylines and games into bets. Look, it's right there on the home page. Same game parlay, pre-built with the moments that make marquee matchups marquee. Well, Caesar's think of that. Caesar's from something new, but he hasn't told you what it is yet. For now, bet like a Caesar with Quick Picks. Only on the Caesar Sportsbook app.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kids. So if you want to talk to your kids, you get a training.
Visit talkaboutbacon.org for tips on when and how to activate talk. The wide-eyed dreamers, playmakers, and leaders, transforming the world to our end. We be the ones to bring it in. We be the ones to find God, leaping and jumping into our greatest dreams. We bring the hope and the healing, that celebratory curtain call feeling of jaw-dropping, show-stopping, unbelievable play after play. We're creatively made to move the game of the goal. I got to have my kids in my sight. No way. You're alive. Hang on, McLeod. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutbaping.org.
After internet was given 12 seconds to remind you that if you're high, just don't drive. Because if you feel different, you drive different. It's illegal to drive high everywhere.
I always hear you kids talking about this is fire, that's fire. That scared the heck out of me.
Everybody knows us men are peak physical form.
Yeah. Okay.
Except they.
I did the other 99 earlier.
Enough is enough.
We had to shut those fans
I'll set up the oh boy.
Robinson. He waited too long and there he goes. Physicality. It's the NFL off-season convention. Welcome to Indianapolis over the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine. It is great to be back in. It's great to be here with 319 players. Trying to take that next step on their path to the draft about to get on the field. This on Thursday. Great to be here with every coach, with every GM, every decision maker, and with the athletes. The final hour on a 6-hour Tuesday edition of NFL Now on NFL Network. My name is Andrew Siciliano. The Raptor and my dear with some news. News as to what football ball 156 games from now. It's the Jets, it's the Browns, it's the Ohio
There'll be a lot of questions about Aaron.
So you guys haven't really had those conversations yet, so not a lot to report until we have those conversations. Free agency's coming up here, that's an important part of what we're doing, so it's nice to actually get those before me, but until we have any conversations, we'll show you this stuff. Our feelings haven't changed about Aaron, but we need to have some of those conversations about our team, where it's going, where he's at, before we get there. George done a great job, worked really hard, so he's doing everything right. We're excited about him. I think, I've expressed to a lot of people he wants to play. That's the next step in his progression. I think he was making quicker decisions and just letting it rip a little bit more. I think he's thinking about some plan more. He didn't get a lot of opportunity during the season to go out there and perform, but when he did, he probably executed very well. There's a lot of things that we have to look at as far as our team is concerned. I mean, everything from, the cap to the position itself and the situation circumstance that we went through last year. He's a happy young man. He's a solid man. And I want to wish him the best. Really appreciate what he did for us, and the opportunity that he had coming here. He did the best he could. We really appreciate that as well.
Washington is the 15th overall in Chicago right now. Still does. That's the number one. Made it clear today that he has been really good by Justin Fields. But yes, they also really do like the first overall pick.
That's the play right now. Like I said, we're going to do a homework on this spot. And if something changes, and again, I'll just use the same statement we had on the way to say, what, I think this is best for the organization. Nothing's changed there. I saw the deal from yesterday in terms of leaning one way or the other. I think that's always been the case. We've always been that way. Because Justin did some really good things, and I'm excited about where his game's going to go. But at the same time, when you sit in a situation at one overall, you have to do your due diligence. You have to investigate everything. You got to spend time with those guys just to make sure we're making the right decision.
So just to clarify, Paul says that the plan, the question was, is Justin Fields your guy, and would you do due diligence? The quarterback said yes, that's the plan. In other words, keeping their plan secret and keeping their options open. Meantime, no secret what they're going to do in Tampa. Right, of course, part of the El Cerro reports earlier today, the Bucs may release the running back with an year begins on March 5th. 2 weeks away from free agency getting around the court, and Mike Carroll starts the weekend before the day before that, when the negotiation window or negotiating window, whatever they call it, football tampering window, because you're allowed They feel good about him, but they know he's going to do some competition, and he's like general manager.
Super Bowl Sunday. Everything is that the build out like that work sounds like more handheld. It's not a lot of the that looks like it just by a cheap press. And the logo itself is not deeply embossed. It looks like it's just sort of put it on here. And then it came back as well. Those are the key features that I don't expect it to bring in it better, but it's not going to be one of the more highly priced ones. So Carroll Dress right now, you got to feel great about your head to start, but you're the only one on the roster. But either way, this is one. I think you got to feel great about your head.
Would be one of those teams. There's only one more in state. It seems as if Randy Carthon shut that down today.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit hard to get it out. It's pretty similar to what he essentially said is
We do have an original that is back here. It's not Kelly back, so he's probably very
I'm curious though, if you're running Tannehill, perhaps you want some long-term security. Certainly that is something that every quarterback wants. And if you're Tennessee, you would look at this number and say, like, oh, what are we getting for number 20? Maybe there's some way to match together and say, all right, contractually, financially, lower the number and make sure he gets some security. To do that, if you were the Tennessee guys, you look around and look at actually get these are where I'm getting if you're telling them, and look around and say, I just want to let you know, where's
Inside Las Vegas, let's see.
But I would say it's always a process. Close, I would say positive. All these negotiations, some go a little bit faster than others. Usually when you get to talking about larger numbers, they take a little bit more time. Obviously much more complex than different sports, guaranteed contracts. So there's a lot more that goes into these contracts. Yeah. Yeah, that's not something I know you're a good guy on, but that's not something I understand yet. Kind of like a tool.
I appreciate your honesty. If you like to actually serious so I think that's going to work very well.
Something they haven't had as high since 2009. What we're going to do, I asked him how much are you looking my quarterback to kind of chuckle about me a lot. I said, okay, I understand that. So they're not just these quarterbacks, but it's not just this week that they're looking at them. They've been focusing on these quarterbacks and other players since last May. Since they've met the past 3 weeks, there are a lot of questions that they have on these players, hoping to get some answers. This week, also we heard him say there, Smith, what's the latest there? They are confident, he said the talks are positive, he did mention situations where numbers are larger, it takes a little bit more time. So why would they take a quarterback with the fifth overall pick in the draft if they do sign Geno Smith? Well, he said, another great quote, quarterbacks don't grow on the careers. He said, we're always looking at a lot of quarterbacks, so how that shapes up potentially they take someone with that fifth pick, Geno there too, and let the player develop, that's an option, as we saw there, the Bucky Brooks, to the, could be a possibility. So let's break it down by the quarterback and the quarterback. Today on the board. Starting with surgery. So we know that he was back surgery. They decided to wait until the swelling went down. He is seeing a doctor this week. So we hope to have that surgery next week. He was asked about the timeline being a little bit later than what they had hoped for him to have surgery. He said obviously they're thinking about this as a long-term situation. For 22 years old, it's probably weeks or months into the 100% ready. It's fine. And Trey Lance, John Hodgkin, speaking from his office window, he said he doesn't care how the legs he looks good really well. And Jimmy Garoppolo, I do want to get this in there. He said that it appears their time is done. He did thank Jimmy for what he did, and all the respect in the world for him. They did mention one of the other veterans, but it sounds like that won't be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Here as well for Jimmy and quarterback situations in the NFC. Of course, this is the combine here in Indianapolis, and it's exclusively on NFL Network. Thursday with the on-field portions of this event. And linebackers are there for you. So Eastern side, trying to use the DBs. It's offense on Saturday and Sunday. Here on NFL Network, when we come back, it's Tua for sure coming back to the Miami Dolphins as their starting quarterback. Well, look at that. Actually, that's what we right now talking about it. We'll talk about it.
Is that a lucky drive? Fix that thing.
Don't take it easy with a rugged outer shell for a whole good last. When the stuff is John's on Player.
So she had to move back to the other guy, and her dad came to work aggressively questioning who are you, where's your ID, what do you do, where do you live, and he was pretty intimidating because it was like being ambushed out of the car or something. It was like,
Learn about adapting to team
confused. And can't imagine ID or my clothes cards, so I found some real kids that nothing to hide.
Sneaky Wendy's square hamburger, you know you're getting that. Get that one of that. Or a day Miller.
We knew a hamburger was celebrating.
That's not true.
We'll be champions. This year, the NFL draft begins. The NFL Combine, presented by Number, starts Thursday at 3 on the NFL Network.
Which is really fun.
They gave me that.
Getting the players to factor in every variable. I think one thing that when we're talking about those types of decisions, I think it's important to recognize that we have a congruence of interest by the Dolphins and the player. Tua that we both want, both parties really want him to play at a very high level for a long time in my watching. So, what's the best way to really engineer that or to help manifest that? Well, those are the things that we can weigh in terms of the various options with the same desired end is to advice. So you factor in everything as best you can. But that's part of this game that we're all involved in. Is there are some unknowns, so you weigh those and you press forward and make the best decision possible for the organization.
Last year, when he was on the field, he played like one of the best quarterbacks in football. So Kane shot this with the Jags that she gave him to set. And one of the men says, "Come down here, let's straighten this out." I know what it says. Let's see. I don't know. She was in really good service. She knows the guys in her face. She should have her defensive 35. She was in there. Some of us kidnapped her son. The ground there. Just told me you were petrified. You felt tragedy from the two. They took the keys from your car. Please, that's kidnapping. That's kidnapping. They don't want to have dinner with a friend. They know what's this is what you sound like. All her money. I don't actually care where you get it from.
I think the next step for Trevor is just another step in the leadership role, right? Last year was probably about, learning a new offense, learning to play this game, learning a bunch of different aspects of playing quarterback in the National Football League. And we just build on that. That's the next step. That's the challenge for him. Again, to take as great as he was, as good as he was at the end of the year, he can be better. And that's the challenge that we'll have for him.
when he gets back in April, and I know that'll be the challenge that he'll put on himself to play and be a better version of himself moving forward.
And they have some momentum here, certainly, with not only Wade, but
actually their team much like the Birds have a drawing strategy of they've seen this franchise shut down because of Carroll, because of Doug Peterson. This is just the beginning. Doug Peterson actually told me about 5 hours ago that she wants to do that and just shoot further along in year 2. They want to push in year 2. So that tells you what she's like. What do you think about this offense? He said the name of the game is getting Trevor from that clear until you get this offense and bringing back that cool, including everything and can't check out control earlier. All trying to say that regardless of what the franchise had this potential, it also became the Red Wings into the history of things.
now Jaguars do not have a lot of financial flexibility here to try to find their own free agency, but the last 2 weeks, some of the free agent Will Sawyer and Sawyer over some places in the state taxes. Which means because the Jaguars would have to work for the
Little kids, what are they doing?
When we think about the things that make community and make communities thrive, a lot of it is acknowledging and being proud of it. We had hundreds of different things this year. Black Miller.
For those of you who've never heard of the 1960s, who don't know anything about that on Saturday, but blacks and those of us sitting here in Rock, about 200 miles downtown to the baseball match in downtown Saturday.
Being a Jacksonville, I feel like we don't as a city do a very good job of telling our story. Audi is the last African American community in Jacksonville that has not been displaced by gentrification. However, this community has also not seen any major infrastructure investment in almost 60 years. This is the corridor that fans have to drive through on game day. If you don't have a thriving East community, you don't have a thriving Jacksonville.
To get tickets, this inside is special to me. I am the president of Historic Inside City.
I am back. I am late. I am late back. All right.
The murals and the intersection of our commercial corridor is
Whew.
because we
Whew.
people drive down April or not, they can't tell that they are businesses here. So, from a standpoint, from my experience, it's been sort of a free fall. But we invite those.
Hey, everybody. I am BACKAC.
One being the retail is Dev's grocery store. The Dev store has been inside for 100 years. It's been closed for 10 years. The energy and the support that that store brings to the community is really
That store is one of our first major projects that we're going to do.
All right. Well, everybody has to have vitamins. So much is true for me. Vitamins. That's what I'm taking. Vitamins. All right. I'm back, folks. Lunch break is over. And let's get up to date on where we are with things. Let's see here. Those are notifications. Go here. All right. Brock Purdy. Yep. Let's see here. All right. Hey. That's Pro Football Net. John Lynch is up. Okay, so we have, going back, we're catching up. John Lynch on the podium.
And, Dr. Meister had a great line.
Let's see here.
There's a variety of different time frames, and Dr. Meister had a great line that I can't share with you, but it was very clever, just about, he doesn't have a crystal ball. And every player is different. Every person's different. So timelines are just that. They're guidelines, but, we'll see. And it's, the reality is the majority of these are done on baseball players. This is not a baseball injury. Even the way in which it happened, it was Brock's going to throw on a 250-pound man with an opposing force. It's a different injury. And so the outcomes are different, and we'll see where it goes. There's a variety of different time frames, and Dr. Meister had a great line that I can't share with you, but it was very clever, just about, he doesn't have a crystal ball. And every player is different. Every person's different. So timelines are just that. They're guidelines, but, we'll see. And it's, the reality is the majority of these are done on baseball players. This is not a baseball injury. Even the way in which it happened, it was Brock's going to throw on a 250-pound man with an opposing force. It's a different injury. And so the outcomes are different, and we'll see where it goes. There's a variety of different
Hey, Dolphins head coach while at the podium. Tua and the organization are in completely different places as far as his career is concerned right now, and his future is something we'll obviously be discussing during this process. Wow. That's news, folks. Wow. Tua in trouble, and Tua in trouble. In Miami. Tua in trouble in Miami. Wow. 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 Tua in trouble in Miami. Let's read that again. Let's read that again. That is breaking news. He said it outright. Tua and the organization are in completely different places as far as his career is concerned right now, and his future is something we'll obviously be discussing during this process at the Combine. Translation, they're going to look for another quarterback. Wow. That is that's shocking. That's shocking. He didn't say that with a happy face. He said that, look at him. He looks sad. He looks sad, okay? And since he said that, let's drill down more by clicking on the hashtag about the Dolphins and determine, it says, as of February 1st, of course, this is old news, he cleared the concussion protocol, met with several medical professionals in the process, and they are confident he will be 100% when the time comes for football. And he says Mike McDaniel on Jordan Poyer, who says he doesn't want to be in a state that takes half his money. He says, I'm not in the business of tampering. We need all the draft picks we can get. And Dolphins head coach on Texans, Coach DeMeco Ryans, his former 49ers and Texans colleague. Here he goes. Right here.
For this position of head coach in the National Football League, D'Amico is a special breed, unlike any that I've ever come across in my walks in football life. You're talking about a guy that, as a 22-year-old, walked into an NFL building and led an entire defense as a captain and really the best player on the defense from day one. Fast forward to him as a coach, I saw him as cutting his teeth as a position coach, really as a position assistant, and then quickly to the position coach. You're talking about a guy that makes the adherence to the coaching world look easy. Players play for him. Players believe in him. He has the disposition to handle the natural turbulence that occurs from this scope, and I couldn't be happier for an individual who's more deserving, and really this is a dream of his. He felt very connected to the Houston fan base, and had always held that in high regard and high esteem. So for him to get that particular job, on top of the fact that it's an NFL job, I think it's a storybook beginning to what will be a.
That's Mike McDaniel, Dolphins head coach, talking about Texans coach and former colleague DeMeco Ryans. And that was 4 years ago. I believe I was there. Yeah, Alex Single. That was 4 years ago. Yeah, 2023, 2022, 2021. Yep, I was there. And let's see here. Titans GM Ryan Carthon and Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel share a quick moment, he says, right here. Maybe we can hear part of it. Let's see here. Dolphins GM Mike McDaniel on Jordan Poyer. Let's do this. How about Mike? Dan says I'm not a big tweeter. Good for him. Good. You're not missing much. Okay, let's try something here. I'm surprised the NFL Network didn't zero in on the Tua news about different directions. That was shocking. Here we go. And he says that here, both parties want him to play at a very high level for a long time for the Miami Dolphins. So that is a different view of what initially was this headline, Tua in trouble in Miami, regarding what, but this is incomplete. It's like at one point, another reporter says, hey, and they put up, hey, McDaniels says that the two are in different directions, but then both parties want him to play at a very high level for a long time. That's weird, right? Okay, all right. And just trying to get the it's not something I'm trying to get to. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel says they're best served to utilize time they have May 1st deadline before making a final call on exercising Tua Tagovailoa's fifth-year option. McDaniel on Tua. Both parties wanted to play at a high level for a very long time for the Miami Dolphins. Okay. No decision yet from the Dolphins on Tua Tagovailoa's fifth-year option for Mike McDaniel. And hold on a second. Tua is that person's quarterback. Let's take the latest takes on this. And see, this is what I'm getting at right here. This tweet speaks for what I'm thinking, right? I was really surprised at his comments, given how publicly supportive McDaniels has been of Tua Tagovailoa. Okay. All right. It sounds like the Dolphins may be seriously considering a long-term extension with Tua. It's a mixed bag here, and I think that's why I would rather have the entire paragraph of what he said from start to finish, so that it makes sense. It probably is one of those things that makes sense when you heard it, but you take it up, you break it up into the disparate parts as people have done here, and suddenly it looks troublesome. All right. So you can see that again. All right. Okay. No decision. Okay. So now we're getting away partly from, we seem to be getting away from any more news about Tua that's related to the combine. All right. So it's clear, though, that, if I can zero myself, it's quite clear that the Dolphins have a problem where you've got, I'm going to clarify what I think the problem is, okay? I think that you have a quarterback who has clearly a concussion problem, and when he is concussed, his judgment reflects it on the field in his decision-making. And could the Dolphins ease that problem by scheme? Yeah, if they know he's concussed. All right. Or let me be more pointed about it. If they know he's concussed, they shouldn't play him. If you're going to play him after a concussion, you need to design your scheme so that he doesn't have to do any thinking and he has the luxury of a certain throw. You can do that. All right. But if it's a heat of battle and he gets concussed and you're not taking him out, then you're living with his performance on the field after that concussion when you should take him out. All right. I believe there are 2 occasions when they've done that. And I believe that, knowing Lee Steinberg as I believe I do, since I've known him since 98, I'm pretty certain it's fair to say that, given the kind of stickler about head injuries that Lee is, how the Dolphins handle that is a gigantic issue in their contract negotiations, because the Dolphins didn't handle it correctly. Okay? The Dolphins didn't handle it correctly at all. And so the Dolphins, from Lee's perspective, I would think, are not in any position to talk about moving on from him. All right? And I believe that the Dolphins understand that. I believe the Dolphins understand the mistakes they've made. I believe Mike McDaniels understands that, since he was at the helm when it happened. And I believe that they ultimately will work on a 5th year, exercise a 5th year option. or no, excuse me, I believe they work on exercising a long-term option, because exercising a fifth-year option wouldn't be in his best interest given his condition and his potential. So they need to right that ship, and they need to treat him like the Saints treated Taysom Hill. The Saints know Taysom Hill has a noggin problem because he's played as many as 6 different positions within the space of a season. He's gotten concussed more times than the normal player, and that is going to impact your future as a person. No question about it. So they have to think about that with respect to Tua too. Definitely. So this is a situation in flux that I expect, I hope, I pray will turn out into his favor, because if it doesn't turn out into his favor, the alternative where it doesn't winds up making the Dolphins look really, really bad. Okay? Which could lead to legal trouble in one particular scenario. So it's not a sunshine and roses situation between Miami and Tua. All right, so let's move on from that. Go back to the conversation at hand here. Okay. Ooh, a car, not mine. Let's Tua apart. There you go. And, excuse me. FL Combine. NFL Paris, I saw. Going to Paris? Okay, it's Buffalo Bills fans. 10 takeaways from Brandon Bean at the Combine. That's 10. And Rodgers QBs become top attractions at NFL Combine. Okay, Aaron Rodgers. Now, you're probably wondering, Bills fans, you want to know what the 10 takeaways are from Brandon Bean's presentation, right? This is according to Yahoo Sports' Nick Walton. And they are 10 takeaways. All right. Frazier came by now. All of Buffalo knows defensive coordinator Leslie Frazier will not be the Bills' defensive coordinator in 2023. The full takeaways here will be everything Bean said about it. Frazier came to the team and discussed his feelings on stepping away. Okay. Stepping away. Okay. Had Frazier wanted to be, he would still be Buffalo's defensive coordinator. So this wasn't where they said, oh, hey, we're going to let you go or something like that. No, he wanted to stay. And Bean did not rule out an outside hire. However, he made it sound like the team would aim more toward an in-house replacement, whether that be a team effort or a singular promotion to defensive coordinator. There's a chance head coach Sean McDermott calls plays on defense. Frazier wants to return in 2024, but there's no guarantee that will be with the Bills. Something happened. Something happened, okay? And I'm going to take a guess. Let's see here. Leslie Frazier impacted in this is not going to be a popular take, of course, but it's something worth wondering. Okay, was Leslie Frazier impacted by racism in Buffalo? All right, that's the question. Was Leslie Frazier impacted by racism in Buffalo? All right. Okay. All I know is they really quickly moved on from the Leslie Frazier discussion. Really quick. All right. But clearly something happened between Leslie Frazier and the Buffalo Bills. Okay. All right. Hold on a sec. Okay. Clearly. All right. Something happened. All right. Something happened. So clearly something happened. with between the two. Between the two. Now, what happened? I'm getting back to this. Somehow I got taken offline. Okay, there. All right. And I'll repeat this. Clearly, now it's reported Jalen Hurts will enter final season of rookie contract with the Eagles. All right. I'm going to say this. If you are a top NFL coach, once a head coach, consistently a top flight defensive coordinator, sensitive, believe in your game, sensitive to racism, as we all tend to be, because racism is tossed at us a lot as black folks in America, or, around the world, really. Then you get to a point where, hey, in his case, he's probably thinking, I made enough money, I'm older, and rather than deal with the pain of whatever specific thing I had to deal with the Buffalo Bills, okay, I will take some time off. So I'm going to guess that whatever happened, someone treated Leslie Frazier in a way that he considered racist. And he's not a bombastic person from what I've been able to observe. He's not going to hold a press conference and spill the beans. He's going to take care of the matter with quiet class. He's going to step away. But I will guarantee you, and I hope I'm wrong, I'm not saying this to be right, okay? In other words, there's no, in fact, if you think about it, there's no award for being right in this case. Everybody is wrong. The Bills are wrong. I'm wrong because I have to bring it up. But somebody could say I could avoid it, but I don't feel it's a good idea. The simple fact that I have that kind of dual thinking proves my point, okay? So, whatever's happening with Leslie Frazier, or happened, it's not good. Now, the cool thing that we can do here is do a search for Leslie Frazier's name and see if somebody happens to know. All right? Okay? The Buffalo Bills coaching staff has a big hole to fill at defensive coordinator after Leslie Frazier informed the team he's taking a year off from coaching but plans to come back. All right? And so, yeah, I'm stunned at all the celebrating on Bills Twitter. Leslie Frazier is a talented coach who deserves to move up, not away from the game. I will second that, right? And this Jeffy says, say what y'all want, but Leslie Frazier deserves to be a head coach. This isn't the win some think it is. Right, absolutely right. Absolutely right. If I'm Leslie Frazier, why come back after sitting out a year of coaching? It makes no sense because by that time, they might already have a coach who's better than you, and they may want to stick with that coach. So I don't know about better. Why is it phrased as Leslie Frazier is taking a year off from coaching? Just sounds peculiar. I think it really had something to do with, look, they didn't perform well either offensively or defensively. And they did get killed. That defense really took a popping. And I'm sure Leslie took it personally. But whatever was said to him probably didn't make it any better by whomever it said it. Okay? Bills DC Leslie Frazier to step away. That's a bad sign for everybody. Bad. And Henry McKenna says, don't be so certain if Leslie Frazier is coming back to the Bills when he returns to the NFL in 2024. Something went wrong. And maybe, and so maybe it was McDermott, maybe it was him. All right. And someone says, that's a great point. I didn't fully read the rules of that the others are attacking you. So if you choose not choosing Hunter, it's over quicker than Leslie. What? I don't know what you're saying. This one, why is the Bills? This is IanAs.com. I don't know what that is. Why is the Bills defensive coordinator Leslie Frazier taking a break? Well, let's see what this person says. It says one of the more respected names in the game. This is by Paul Rudder. As one of the more respected names in the game, it may be surprising to see the Bills coach stepping away for a time. Yet, that's part of why he's doing just that. Just that. A period of self-reflection is never a bad thing, and it seems that's exactly why the hardly regarded defensive coordinator is taking some time away from football. The question remains is whether his time away will allow him to plan a course of action when he returns, something he's made clear that he will do. In other words, come back. All right? And so I'm not going to read this part because it's basically rehashing what we already know. He's leaving for a year. Okay? And the why, and they said that he says that Frazier's Achilles heel when he's been given the role of head coach is that he is such a great defensive mind that people think, hey, I want this guy as D coordinator. All right. And so, all right. And Ian Rappaport reported today that Leslie Frazier stepped away and he texted Ian that he's just taking a break. That's what he said. And to further punctuate that point, Frazier himself said just last offseason, all right, that he is in fact still hopeful of receiving another head coaching opportunity, but he does acknowledge that his affinity for defense is something he's got to see past. I'd be lying if I told you that I felt like it would take this long to have that opportunity come along, especially after some of the success, and particularly most recent success we've had in Buffalo, where you said at the time. So it's discouraging in some ways, but you just have to be able to control what you can control. So in a way, it really, it does have to do with race. That, look, black folks don't get the opportunities to be head coach no matter what they do. And Leslie got frustrated and said, I'm going to take time off and learn the offensive side better. I think that's a mistake myself. The only reason I think it's a mistake is because I contend that if you take a look at the approach from, how do I put it, from the way Tom Landry did it. Tom Landry, long considered an expert at both offense and defense, okay, and had installed innovations that were used on both sides of the ball. The flex defense on that side of the ball, the multiple offense on that side of the ball, right? So but Tom Landry started out as a defensive coordinator, and he studied offense so that he could develop a defense to stop the offense he was studying. So I think Leslie would do well to maybe change the way he's thinking about offense while he's coaching defense and copy Tom Landry. I think he should take an approach that's more engineering based on time motion studies, based on reaction times, based on offensive patterns, and to determine what aspects of a scheme are those that are right to maintain, and what aspects of a scheme or play, defensive play, are those to discard and develop an entirely new approach. But in doing that, he then asked the question, hey, what kind of offense do I need to build, right, to counter the defense I just developed? Because at some point, you're going to be faced with that anyway, because somebody may just do that thing, right? So if someone does that thing, then you figure out a counter to that. So at the end of this process, you begin to think about both offense and defense, right? You begin to think about both offense and defense. So there you go. So we've got that. I hope Leslie finds his way and all through all this. Lord knows we're all trying. Lord knows we're all trying. All right. So back to the matter of the combine. What's happening at the combine? And I believe we are close to Bill Carroll getting into town, and my phone is not where it should be. I will be right back, folks. Oh, I don't have to go further. You know what? It's right here. See where Mr. Carroll is. Hold on a second. There's something. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. I think
Support the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks to help provide meals to those in need. Join us at feedingamerica.org.
they'll put up a video of Trevor Siemian. Like it's 4:00. Let me check in. Let me just call. I prefer calling. Hold on. Hey, how are you? Where are you? Whoa! He's there, folks. He's there. Yay! Oh, are you in the room there? Can you grab a live stream link and give us a view of what's going on? Mm-hmm. I mean, where are you now, though? Live from a perspective. Oh, yeah, but I'm saying if you're moving around, just give us a, because just from the perspective of just the experience of being there in italics. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, and then we can connect that way too. All right, cool. Okay, I'll get off the phone. All right, cool. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Okay, see ya. Yeah. He's there, folks. Yay. He's there. Woohoo. He's there. All right, let me get off the phone. He be there. He arrived, folks. He's got stills he's going to put up too as well. Really excited. He's going to be joining us in a matter of minutes. I was about to say seconds, but I didn't want to, jinx it, push it, whatever I'm trying to say, right? So he got there, got his credentials, and as they say, woo-hoo. All right. I think in terms of the NFL Network broadcast, they went through 6 hours and they're done because the coaches are done for today. So we are waiting for the Bill show. And yeah, we're waiting for the Bill show. and I shifted over to NFL Live, I thought, and guess what? Instead, we got baseball. Ha 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 ha. Instead, we got baseball. Ha ha ha. All right. So what does that read? You might wonder. It says Derek Carr meeting with Colts executives at Combine. And yeah. And then it reads, see, Derek Carr meeting with Colts executive. Let's see what's up with that. Before we do, I'm waiting for Bill to find the link. So that's why I don't want to get deep into that Derek Carr article, as I was about to do, because Bill's hunting for his link so he can give us a live stream report from our man on the scene, Bill Carroll. Yeah. Our man in India. And hold on a second. Hey, I'm live. Can I call you back? Okay, see. All right. So anyway, one of those days, folks. Everybody is calling, and for good reason. All right. So where is Bill? Where is Mr. Carroll? Mr. Carroll should be in. So trying to figure out whatever news there is. I went over to see what was on NFL Live, right? And instead they have baseball on ESPN. So there's no more football. NFL football has a game. All right. It plays until 7. So guess what, folks? We got nothing on TV. So TV is not happening. Boom. Okay. So we are turning to Twitter to see other impressions of what went down. All right. There. All right. Of what went down. Okay. That's Mr. Carr. Let me see if I've got any texts here from Mr. C. I don't. Okay. And not yet. I feel like I'm waiting for my wife to give birth, except I'm not married. So anyway, hold on a second. All right, what's the top tweets from the Combine? Oh, Falcons GM Terry Fontenot said earlier this morning, nothing is off the table in regards to the 8th pick, quarterback included. Wow. Let's see what we got here. This looks like a cool exchange. Let me put that there. All right, while I'm waiting for Bill, let me write this and play it right off the bat right now. Okay, here it is. Boom.
Keith Sanchez with the Draft Network, live here at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine with my guy, Damian Parsons, man. And from the first round of interviews, we got a rather interesting quote from General Manager for the Atlanta Falcons, Terry Fontenot. They talked about the possibility of still drafting a rookie quarterback in this year's draft. And I want to pose the question to you, Damian Parsons, with the number 8 overall selection, do you think the Atlanta Falcons should be in the market for a quarterback?
No, I don't. This team has some issues defensively on the defensive line. Get Grady Jarrett some help. My man's facing double and triple teams in the league. Get him some help on the interior. You need another corner, right? You need more things. Receiver. You need to continue to fix the offensive line. You got some pieces that's going to be leaving. I don't believe getting another quarterback changes that. It doesn't change the fortune of your team. Because at the end of the day, you had Desmond, whether you still have him, you just didn't play him until the last 4 games of the season. So I'd say you give him the opportunity in 2023 to be the unquestioned starter and build this team up, especially with him already being on a rookie contract, a cheap contract. Build up your quarterback.
So I made this way too easy, right? I said a quarterback. I'm talking about what if Bryce Young is sitting there at number 8? What if Anthony Richardson, with all of those tools that I know Damian Parsons really likes, if he's sitting there at number 8 and you have the opportunity to get a game changer at quarterback, why shouldn't the Falcons take a quarterback at number 8?
Man, you put me on the spot. You put me on the spot. If it's Anthony Richardson, potentially, I say it's closer to saying yes, just because he has the things that Desmond doesn't have, right? Desmond has a good arm. He's mobile. But Anthony Richardson has the traits, those truck traits, to be a star in this league. Not saying that Desmond won't develop into that, but then at the same time, it's just looking at what Anthony Richardson is going to provide. I would lean A-Rich, but I still think that they need to focus on building up this roster, man. Like, you have some holes. Granted, free agency is right around the corner, Keith. But let's figure some things out first. Let's fix some of these holes first, right? Plug these holes up, and then talk to me. Beginning of April. Let's see what we have with the quarterback.
Okay, cool. So Damian Parsons is at the point where he's saying, let's see where that. For my opinion, I think they should definitely, right? If Anthony Richardson is sitting there, I think the Atlanta Falcons, it's been since the days of Matt Ryan and previous Michael Vick that they had a true game changer at the quarterback position. So guess what? I think you should go ahead, draft Anthony Richardson. You spent the 3rd round pick on Desmond Ridder, so you're not that deep in the hole. So go ahead, get Anthony Richardson if he's sitting there at the number 8 pick and change your franchise's future. So that wraps up this conversation. Like I said, it's Keith Sanchez, Damian Parsons with the Draft Network at the NFL Scouting Combine.
All right, so Keith and
this is Keith Sanchez with the Draft Network live here at the 2023 NFL.
All right, and I completely disagree. That was 5 hours ago. Okay, I completely disagree with their assessment regarding the Falcons situation, or at least his assessment. I agree with his colleague. All right, I do not agree at all. Okay, I do not agree at all. At all. I do not agree at all with the idea of the Falcons drafting yet another quarterback. And the reason I don't is because we have started to develop this mentality collectively as seasoned football observers, which says the right quarterback will make a coach better. If the coach does not know how to, and this always has to do with the passing game, not the running game, coach the passing game properly or design passing plays properly, guess what? I don't care if you give that person Joe Montana in his prime, you're not going to get the best out of the quarterback, and you'll always have a problem. But because you're the coach and you have the power to replace one personnel person with another, you're always going to be in the place of blaming somebody else for your own shortcomings. Okay? And so hats off to a person like Leslie Frazier, but unfortunately, because it has to do with the race and race blocking him from being a head coach, but wanting to improve and look at how he does things and change. Okay? That's big. But most coaches in the NFL, and they tend to be white, don't have to deal with that kind of introspection or do it. They're allowed that kind of sloppy approach. Here comes Bill, folks.
Well, he's always been an effective thrower of the ball, particularly certain routes. Hello.
Bill. Hey, Bill, you're here. How are you?
I am well. This is Poston Carson Jr. of Bears Fans with a Brain, and a proud and disabled veteran of course, the Army, the only real service that counts. He's saying,
hey, thank you for serving our country.
Hey.
Yeah. Thank you for serving our country very much.
Pleasure was all mine.
Bill, your volume went down. And you got
Bill, volume?
Introduce him again because I wanna get this on video.
Oh,
I want to get this on video. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. I was making sure you can.
Just a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, it's just a little delay. That's all.
Yeah. No, that's what happens.
Okay. We want the information.
So I was able to get
awesome.
I was able to get some of the Bengals GM for you, and just some of the working room, the media room. I just sort of did a spin around. I'll upload that. Ran into some old friends. Saw Trey Sycamore, who I've known for probably 10 or 11 years. Mike Tanier, who I've known for 20-something, I think. 20, 21, almost as long as I've known you. I met him, I think, the draft or two after. And he ran over and asked me, "Who are you?" Because I was asking questions so different from the questions that were being asked. And he was like, "Who are you? And I was like, I'm Bill Carroll, consistent at the time. It was Consistent Draft Services. Yeah, because I've been reading him for a while. He was with Football Outsiders twice, and he used to write for.
Bill, you didn't say Zennie62.
Yeah, I will try to work that in. I will try to work. It's really a scrum, but yeah, I will. You know what I'm talking about. I'll work. Trust me, I'll get it in. It's just you're just trying to yell things at people. It should be more organized. I mean, I'm not here to criticize, but it's literally just whoever's tallest and loudest is what I've come to realize is the word. I'm not tall, Zennie, but I'm loud.
You're always saying next to the speaker, right? But but your tag is going to say Zennie62 Media. So someone's going to ask you, wait a minute, I don't see this other thing there. So you got to straighten that out, man.
Oh, okay, got it. No problem.
Yeah.
What am I going to tell you?
So I want to hear about your friend. I don't want to hear about you. I want to hear about your friend.
Oh, yeah. So Hostin and I have known each other since
5 years.
About 5 years. And he's, like I said, a terrific human being. And like I said, a very dedicated Bears fan. So dedicated, so I'm going to send you a picture that his leg, his new leg, has a very strong Bears motif. So that's with your permission. Okay, I have his permission. Yeah, we'll be able to post Hostin Carson Jr.'s leg that shows his dedication to the Bears. But yeah, absolutely.
There's
a lot of
posting that. It's your right. It's your video, or is it a cop? I don't want to get copyright claim.
No. There's no copyright issues. It is pictures and videos that I've shot of his leg. So he has his new leg is Bears, very Bears centric. I was going to tell you some of the things that I've heard and seen.
Okay.
So far, there's lots of talk about the offensive line group because everybody needs offensive linemen. There's not a single team in the NFL that doesn't have room somewhere on the roster for another good offensive lineman. And if people said, what's something that we'll be talking about later, watch out for some of the offensive linemen to go earlier than expected, especially the tackles, guys that people think can play, especially if there's even they suspect you can play left tackle, you might go up a little easier, a little higher than people are right now projecting you. Left tackles are hard to find because it's a really difficult position to play. As some of the stuff I'm going to send you will sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Confirm or reaffirm that there's always a really strong drive to try to find those guys who can defend the blind side of a quarterback, unless of course it's Tua. In this case, it's the right side who's the blind side defender because he's left-handed. But that's what you're going to see a lot of, is just sort of that commitment to hunting down a player that you think can protect. It's against some of the best athletes the planet knows, right? I mean, they're some of the most athletic people on the planet are pass rushers, especially for their size. Let's see. I saw Todd Bowles, talked to him very, very briefly, but he was, moving, so he was on his way. I didn't get a chance to grab him. But now that I spoke to him briefly, maybe if he'll hopefully remember my face, I might grab him next time he passes by.
Yeah, and the Tampa PR guy is a friend of mine. So, I don't know if you heard that.
Well, if you have a way of emailing him that I'm here, I'll be more than happy to, or phone number, whatever it is that I'm here, I'll be more than happy to hunt or, look for him and let him know I'm here.
Yeah. Hey, put your family on camera. I want let's hear him what he has to say. Love to.
Oh, you asked him what question?
If he wants to. Just what he thinks of the top combine. What? Yeah, that's what. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, boss? Hey,
I'm fine. How
boss? Hey, boss. What do you think of the combine so far? What do you think of the combine?
How about wow? There you go. That's a good word. That's wow. That's all I got for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you want to go more wow? here's a place you ought to go to tonight for dinner. It's a steakhouse across the street. And all the NFL coaches are there. You got to make reservations or wait. Nice place. I forgot the name of it, unfortunately. I think it's something like the Horseshoe.
Are you talking about Saint?
Everybody's there.
You're talking about Saint.
Say again.
God. Saint. I'm trying to remember the name of
Yes.
Saint.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Saint. Not Allegiance. That's the TV show.
Yes.
But Saints, something like that. Though.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah,
I am
that
familiar.
place. Everybody will be there.
Yes, everybody will be there. Some
Yeah,
might Vrabel
everybody will be
also
there.
very, very briefly.
Yeah.
I know Coach Vrabel will definitely be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you?
He looks like a man
Did
who
you
likes
interview
good
him,
ribeye.
Mike Vrabel?
I ran into him very briefly. Yeah, he was.
Did you interview him?
He was moving with alacrity. You don't want to get in his way. He's still a big man.
Oh, unless you're me.
He's still a big dude.
And
He's still a big
got a
dude.
nose. Got a nose for the info. Yeah, nose for the info. Don't let size stop you. I'll go where Godzilla is if I can. Hey, so I understand Mike McDaniels was there, and
I grabbed a little bit of that. I have some Mike
Did you
McDaniels.
hear about that?
Yeah, I have some Mike McDaniels video I'll be uploading.
What did you think you? Yeah, awesome. What did you think you heard from that regarding Tua?
I mean, as always,
What did you think?
we
heard
had
from the
a bunch
Tua?
of compliments for their training staff. Talked about Tua's work ethic,
Like 3.
and
I'm sorry, like 2 more because that'll give me.
talked
3.
about like I said, a lot of praise for the training staff, and that Tua is a sort of an indefatigable worker in terms of getting himself right again, healthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, so did you get these? So the way it was reported on Twitter is that one tweet implied that Tua and the organization were moving in different directions, which I thought was shocking. And the others were saying, well, we think that they are not going to exercise this 5th-year option. In other words, go long term.
Well, I'll be shocked if they don't exercise
It was
the
very
5th-year option.
confusing. So
I think that
wow, okay.
the only way that would happen is if they got really bad news at some point during, his physical or something. I mean, if they heard something that said essentially that would be too dangerous for him to continue playing. Anything other than that, they'll pick up his option.
Okay. I'm glad we got that straightened out. I was concerned about that one. Hey, show me the room. Yeah. So show me the room that you're in.
Well, right now the room that I'm in is the Waffle.
Show us the room you're in.
Right now we're in the Waffle House.
Oh, show it. Right, show it. This is experience. This is travel. Show it. Yeah, let's see what it looks like. Yeah. Oh, no. Go back the other way. Stop right there. Stop right there. Yeah. See? Let us look at it. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
There's nobody there.
That's why I like it.
There is nobody there.
Why I like it. I like
Nice.
it good and empty.
Wow. Hey, Bill, you can make a movie there, and basically you are.
Yes. Essentially, yes.
Think about it. Yeah. Wow. What are you eating? What are you guys eating? Show us the food.
Oh,
if you can,
okay.
Unless you wolfed it down. This is the experience of vlogging. This is Bill Carroll's first vlog and Bill's also a shareholder in Zennie62 Media. Oh, look at that waffle, man! Look at that.
Yes, that is a beautiful waffle. There, yeah.
Oh my God, is that hash browns too?
And there we have our waffle maker, the lovely KD, who is apparently Host's personal favorite.
Nice. Hey, introduce yourself. Ring her. Come on to the camera. Come to the camera.
She has a job, Zennie, so no, that's not
camera.
really going to happen. She's got to serve people.
No,
But-
I disagree. She can promote the Waffle House on Zennie62 Media. That's what we do. That's what we do. Especially, yeah, we
I'm
help
gonna
out
let
the
her
sisters
finish
get
taking someone's
the
quarter,
clients in
and
there.
then maybe if she gets a little pause in the action after that, I will ask her a question or two.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Folks, vlogging is about aggressively wanting to tell other stories. Period. That's what vlogging is about, including your own story. So, hey, back to your friend. Hey, where's your friend from? What city?
Well, he lives now in Indiana, but he's originally from Chicago. Here, I'll let him swallow what he's eating, and then he can talk to you.
Okay. Thanks. Because I grew up at 7427 Wentworth, and then 70. Yeah, I grew up in 7427 Wentworth. I grew up 7427 Wentworth. That's where I grew up.
I grew up on 6739 South
Okay,
Winchester.
and then okay, yeah. I know where that is. Yeah, and then we moved to 7908 B South Kimbark, across from the old Sears. What used to be Sears. Back in the day, but then that's when I was back there back in the day. So I was born in Chicago in 1962. Yeah.
1970, Patrick Memorial.
Huh?
It's now Northwestern Memorial Hospital.
19. Oh, you were saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was born in Michael Reese Hospital, which is no longer there.
Yeah, I know it's no longer there.
You were born.
It's in what?
Lying in hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom says I was born in Lion Inn Hospital. I stand corrected. Sorry.
Listen, it was an extension of University of Chicago Hospital.
It was an extension of the University of Chicago Hospital.
Yeah, it still is.
So I'm here keeping my mom. It still is? That's
It
why I was
still
born.
is. Well, it's like they got doctor's
I don't know where I
offices
got
and
Michael Reese from.
day clinics there now.
Oh, okay. Hey, what do you think about the Bears trying to leave Chicago?
If I could vote in the mayoral election, I would vote Lori Lightfoot out because all she had to do was give them a sports book. That's all they wanted was a sports book.
Yeah.
I'm
They didn't
upset
do
about
she
it.
didn't
But
do that? Are you kidding me?
at least they're not leaving the Chicago area.
Oh, what a problem. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The reason why the Bears are leaving is because the mayor didn't give them a part of the sports book for Bally's that's coming in.
What?
Yeah. Man.
Well, I never did like her.
Wow. Hey, so who are you voting for mayor in Chicago?
I don't, because I don't live in Chicago
Who are you voting
anymore.
for mayor in Chicago? Oh,
I
where do you
will vote
live?
for Willie
Oh, that's what you
Williams.
said. He said, I'm sorry. Oh, Willie. Okay, yeah, he's something else. Yeah. He speaks his mind. Mr. Williams is a cracker. I mean, I don't mean in a bad sense. I mean, he's
the dad, all right.
Oh man. Yeah. Definitely. Well, hey, I'll let you get back to eating, but hey, man, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Here's Bill.
Yeah.
B-I-D-D-L-E?
But this is Bill Carroll's friend, Holden.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Hey, Bill. Thank you for that very much. That was fun. Great vlogging. That was great vlogging, Bill. Outstanding.
Little rascal, did you use the baby? The lady, the baby
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will let you guys eat, and we will see you later. How's that? All
I
right.
will
Eat well.
have a
You
couple of
don't have to
videos
bother the
uploaded in a
Waffle
little
House
while
lady.
once I get back to the hotel.
Okay, man. Enjoy. I'll see you. Sharp dressed man. See you, Bill. See you. Hey, Bill, don't forget Zennie62 Media.
Yes.
Don't forget
Right. Bill Carroll,
Zennie62
Zennie62
Media.
Media, and I will see you Soon, because I have videos to upload when I get back to the hotel, which I will hopefully be there very soon.
I gotta say one thing. I am delighted you are there because the NFL Combine is nothing without you. So you're where you're supposed to be.
Yes.
You know.
Okay. I will talk to you later, and I have 2 videos I'll be uploading when I get back to the hotel.
All right. Enjoy it, Bill. Enjoy it. All right, man. See ya. See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Do you know that little boy that you used to stay with that was babysitting with you? His last name was Biddle.
Biddle.
That guy said his name was Biddle.
No, that's Bill Carroll.
And what was the other guy's name?
Holden. I didn't get the last name again. I'll ask Bill again.
Right, check because I thought he said Biddle.
Holden Biddle. Okay, I'll ask him.
Biddle is the little boy that used to be at Almeida's house with you.
Well, he was born in 1967, so he's younger. So I was born in 62.
I know.
So
he was younger than you.
Not that young, man. Not
3 years, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm still live, so I'll talk to you about it offline. So, but oh,
it need to be the same fellow. This could be a relative or something.
No, that's okay. Yeah, no, we're talking, folks, about Bill Carroll's from Chicago. His friend Holden's from Chicago. Doesn't live there anymore. And I'm from Chicago, and my mom is moved to Chicago before she had me. So yeah, so there's little inside baseball, and when everyone's from the South Side in Chicago, there's always somebody that knows somebody that knew somebody that you know or knew. So there you go. That's the way that goes. Okay, so folks, we've had 6 hours here. Bill is going to do his upload business thing, and we're going to wait for that. Or I'm going to wait for that offline here. But this has been 6 hours. I want to thank you all for joining me. And we will be back tomorrow. We will have another live stream. We will have videos from Bill Carroll that we upload. If you go to our portal at Zennie62.com, which is also Zennie62media.com, just look for the portal in the banner. I'll show you what I'm talking about, since this is show and tell, right? In other words, I shouldn't be telling you. I should be showing you, because I can show you, right? So I will show you what to look for. All right, so now I go to this, all right, and hold on a second, let me scroll down so you can see it. Well, actually, I'll go, because what happens is when you go to the page, all right, this is what you're going to see right here, all right, there. And you're going to say, hey, it's jewelry. Well, that's an ad from Google, okay, or a series of ads from Google. All you have to do, folks, is this. All you have to do is scroll down, okay? See that? Scroll down. There, okay? You see, then it'll, in red, highlight it, NFL Draft and NFL Combine web portal, and then all you have to do is click on it, okay? And when you see this ad, click the X so the ad goes away, right? And it will refresh, the page will, to our web portal here, which I'm going to update with new content. We already have our 2 live streams. That's our logo. We're going to use this through the NFL Draft. There's a scouting combine one we just completed, right? And then this one, which we did before that. So we will have more to come, and then I'll post more NFL Combine / draft related information. But Zennie62.com, and just click on the NFL Draft and Combine portal up at the top of the menu section. So remember, if you see jewelry or whatever happens to be on sale, that's an ad. You click on the ad, Zennie62 Media makes a little money. Click on it. We need it. See you later. And thank you for visiting. Subscribe to Zennie62 and bookmark OaklandNewsNowBlog.com. That ends this broadcast.